wait 15 seconds, and switch us back to burble. Oh, and I swore once during my explanations today. I gotta take a timeout for that. Okay, we're good. PG-13. Yeah, you kind of called that, huh? Did you tip the waiter? No. You don't do that over there, I thought. Speaking of, I've lost 35 pounds since I stopped streaming. Good for you, man. Rocket, did you just call me fat? I got a little bit of a gillet going right here. No, yeah. Streaming is not good for your health. Physically, not. I mean, mentally for some people. Me, I don't. Me, I'm a glutton for punishment. I'll sit here for 15 hours. I don't care. You were getting fat? All right, so if I get into shape and you're already in shape, Rocket, when do we go skydiving? When do we start jumping out of planes? Can we do that? You have experience in that, right? You're about to jump out of a perfectly good airplane. Speaking of fat, should I put this food in the fridge for now? Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. You working on endurance today? Well, bucket. That's the thing. So I did a lot of work this weekend. Done a lot of things like timing, getting all the footage for KSP, etc., etc. How many hours do you have in KSP? Putri, 15,000? Here, let's get the tunage. Tunage. There we go. I think it's closer to 20,000. I'd just say 15K. You made sure that endurance wasn't in my wallet? Well, yeah, guys, here's the other surprises that I have. I said I was going to work on endurance over the weekend. And the thing is that got a little... got away from me with the, got away from me with swapping all the computer parts out and stuff. But not away from me enough. It's done. It's finished. I finished it. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, it should fly. Did you see all the other videos? I was there, Starkiller. No, I haven't watched them yet, but yeah, I was there. I got everybody's take on it before before the videos came out. Does it fly? Yeah, sure. It's got solar panels, we got radiators. I made an executive decision because the part count got away from me a little bit. But yeah, I chose the open payload bay. The open payload bay with docking ports, berthing ports for any shuttle-derived docking system stuff. And then I decided to put catwalks down here at the bottom of the ship so Kerbals can hang out if we decide to, or if we get it to land somewhere. Let's see how it flies. All right. The drills reach. Oh yeah. The open bay isn't a huge parachute and atmosphere? Well, of course it is, Starkiller. It was like that even when it had wings. It was like that already. Did you fix the Kraken SAS? Yeah, I fixed and doubled it. Yep, that's all done. Relatively untested though, Raid. But the reason why I didn't get down to testing it is, one, because that's the fun part to do on stream. Two, because this isn't the only ship that I finished. I didn't do a lander, dad joke. I decided on making it so the endurance can just land stuff down if we get to that point. But I decided not to do a lander because that would have been a little bit complicated. But we could carry shuttle payloads around with us, so we could do that right out of the box. What I finished was this. It goes fast. I haven't been able to dial the drives in just yet. But yeah, I have a fully landing... Why is that gone? I'm not going to read too much into that, why that's missing, but whatever. Didn't break anything, did we? Nope. But yeah. Should I change the title? Interstellar Adventure? Interplanetary Adventure. Bree. It's not as cool to launch as the early Grissoms, though. Max, there's nothing stating we can't launch this like that. I just didn't put the systems on. But there's nothing saying we couldn't. Yeah, this has 4 brick drives in it. So the Endurance. So a little bit of perspective here. Endurance has 7 of those, and that ship could. Endurance is 2,200 tons, and we can accelerate it like crazy. This has 4, and it's 600 tons. You could probably do it like the quadcopter with the cow controllers. Yeah. So, fellas, I didn't get the KRAKEN SAS completely dialed in for this one, and I'm not 100% sure what's exactly wrong, but yeah. In the payload bays where the arm was, I decided not to do the arm, but we still have the rotating ring, just in case. I put the radiators in there instead, and then this Grissom can land vertically on these fixed position legs, and then there's ladders to be able to get down to the surface. So it's not Scovy, but yeah. This thing is good. It has a KRAKEN SAS in it. It just doesn't work very well just yet. And I'm not 100% sure why. Might be because that strut is connected in the wrong spot. But... that might have something to do with it. The game might be running those struts to the control surface, in which case I got a big problem. But yeah, I finished these up, and I really didn't get much sleep last night. So this is my insurance policy in case the Endurance doesn't work. No, Endurance wasn't too big. Just hedging my bets, Sam. Those control surfaces in the cargo bay will not work if the cargo bay is closed. Yeah, that's probably the problem that I was encountering. We have ways to compensate, Katra. No, Aqualex, I didn't. I went with what we know works. But yeah, Grissom and Endurance are both ready to accept payloads. We just got to put some payloads in, figure out what we're going to take with us, and yeah, then we're good to send it. But yeah, it's done. Ship's good to go. We'll make a quick probe design. I don't think we even have to, John. What I had planned is just to put my SSTO probes in here. I already have probes that are designed to be deployed and launched from Mark II payload bays from the K-33 program. So we might as well put those in there. Simultaneously, dudes, I already have stuff from the shuttle program that can attach, right? Because of the station components and stuff that's designed to fit in shuttle payload bays. So we have our attachment nodes back there, right? In the payload bay of the ship, so we can tow cargo for the most part. But just in case we run out of room back there or we need a different type of payload, well, guess what? I have shuttle payload bays in the 4 Mark IIIs that are sitting up front. Yeah, I just literally took my shuttle's payload bay and duplicated it over 4 times symmetry. It's a grand touring vessel, Sido, yep. The Endurance is designed to go everywhere. And its primary drive core is, use it to build Starlink? It's 1,000 parts already, John, but yeah. Maybe we'll build it. Maybe we can build endurance in KSP too. There's nothing saying all these parts are in the game, dude. There's nothing saying we can't do that. Yeah, Benno, I'm trying. So, Sido, this ship goes everywhere because of what's sitting under the hood here. Let me open it up. Kraken drives. Kraken reactors here. I don't think you're going anywhere with 193 meters a second delta V. With resizable wings, it'll be even easier. So what was wrong is that we had too many landing gear per payload bay. The landing gear pushed up with so much force, Potzer, that it broke the attachment point of the payload bay to the fairing. So what I did was, I took the same amount of legs, and I split them over 7 drives. Here. Wanna have some fun? I haven't tested this yet. So, could end in explosions. Do you think having the ability to add values for tweaking stuff in the VAB like the Space Shuttle main engines will be a neat feature to add or improve user experience in KSP2? Add values. I don't know what that means, Nova. What do you mean add values? Yeah, she's fueled. Now stack the drives up. Honestly, John, I'm having trouble controlling 7 drives. MGB, how do I like Maya? Maya is expensive, but I know it, so I like it. We didn't spend much time with 3ds Max, or Blender didn't even exist yet when I graduated from school. At least I don't think it did. Sorry, I just saw your ad on Discord. All right, so we got to do a couple of tests here and there, but I'm hoping to get this interplanetary tour ready to go here. No backwards compatibility, Dan. Same parts are in the game, though, so you can build the same crafts. I rebuilt the K200 in KSP2, and I was showing footage of it a second ago. My gameplay footage from the Netherlands. What year did you graduate from Full Sail? 2008? Last. I used my academic for a while. It's also a very cool looking ship. This here is the fastest ship, or theoretically the fastest ship ever that I've made in KSP. The only thing that goes faster than this is the Nautilus. Can't wait to see Jepstone 4 in KSP 2. Watch the beginning of this VOD running 10th. You can see Jepstone 4 in KSP 2 right now. That was the first rocket I made because it's so simple. You're on the 3080. Yeah, I am on the 3080. This is on the 3080. 3080 Ti. Yeah, that's, you have to mention that or people get annoyed. Well, Potzer, don't you worry. I overclocked the main engines down there. Those rhinos put out as much thrust as 2 Clydesdales. One rhino could put out as much thrust as 2 Clydesdales. We did some tweaking to our propulsion systems. Speaking of that, we're going to light those rockets soon because we're almost ready for takeoff. Headphone users, Kerbal 1 likes to overdrive the sound. Headphone users, you've been warned. Like that. Great noise. now this is the part where we give her a little yoinks there. Should get engagement here momentarily. All you need is just a little jolt from the engines. Okay, just a little. Just a little. Hurris, it's definitely close. The fastest I've taken an endurance haul in testing is 77 kilometers a second. And that was with a crappier version of this drive. Okay, we're in the threshold. Ready? Just give it a little tick, and there we go. 10 Gs right off the bat. We got to slow down or else this thing will blow up instantly. We're accelerating at the rate of a freaking Sidewinder missile. Let's lower it down to 5 Gs before we do that. You might want to duck. Trees! Yeah. You know, that whole max Q thing, the whole reason why rockets slow down, that will happen if you're not careful. We accelerated too quickly. I teed up the engine a little too much. Yeah, that's the engagement from the drives, dude. We were able to hold 10 Gs with the Kraken SAS, which is just... Oh, yeah, no. When this thing blows up, it blows up in style. Hopefully we just do that during testing, Laserman. Alright. Just because we're short on time before KSP comes out. Let's keep going. We gotta get a good flight regime for this thing. Something relatively uniform so that doesn't happen on the way up when I decide to do this mission. At least Jeb and Bill are alive. Yeah, it ejects the crew. Yeah. I don't know, 95 maybe. How does the Kraken drive work? Good question, Swanning Gear. Basically, the short of it is that you're crushing landing gear inside of a payload bay. Same vessel interaction on your payload bay and landing gear, and then you just, on a cow controller, slowly close the bay doors, and it crushes the landing gear inside, and crushing the landing gear inside houses the power of Kraken forces. Oops. I was a little tired when I put these on last night. Yeah, the drive is literally harnesses the power of Kraken strikes, which is why we yep, those ones are the same way, which is why we call them Kraken drives. Some of the decals aren't so this wouldn't happen in real life. No. The Kraken drives violate a couple of laws of conservation of energy and equal and opposite reactions. There you go, Bait. Welcome back. Yeah, couple or 3 or 10. So yeah, we just basically got to find a way to accelerate the ship not that quickly. I don't know if there's any robotic parts in KSP2 Erudite. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 That's right, Gagan. Isaac Newton would be a little pissed. Okay, let me get the accelerometer out. I need to try to figure out a pretty good flight regime for this. The control system should be good. I've quadrupled, well, it's doubled, but it looks like it's quadrupled, the control system, so.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Bait, tier 1 6 months in advance. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So basically what I've been able to figure out is to get the drive to shift into high gear, you just need a sudden tick of acceleration, like high acceleration. If I just tick the engines for a second, headphone users, 5 seconds. If I just tick the engines just for a second, right when we're in the threshold for acceleration, that's when it'll pop off. Alright, here we go. Drive should engage now. There are docking ports in the game. An old style KRPC tech might still be viable. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. We gotta re-engage the KRPC SAS. There we go. Might be fiddling a little too much with the drive. Yeah, the SAS is being a little weird. So we're actually up at the top of the ship. We're using control surfaces to basically ping pong paddle landing gear, and that's how we're keeping this thing on an even keel. Lysarius, it's Kraken energy. 7 Kraken reactors inside of the hull of the ship are making us do. Alright, so, yep. Oh, there we go. Yeah, dude, even before the engine animation started, I had a good pulse there. See, we're accelerating at 5 Gs now. I'm going to let off the drive a little bit. We were at right around 40 on the control rod actuation there. Yeah, see, once you give it a little bit of a jump, the drives kick in. And the drives have like a high gear, and it depends on how close you are to something. Depends on how close you are to the ground. If you go into high gear, yeah, you start accelerating pretty fast. Yeah, so initiating right around 40 is good for this thing. Yeah, 150 off the ground. Let's go to space today with our KRPC reactor. Can you please explain how the KRPC drives to come online in a slow... Can you phase the KRPC drives? Yeah, we could, Panaris. Yeah, we could. You could do that if you really wanted to. I found that trying to do that gets a little bit of a gives you a little bit of a complicated control mechanism. And it's kind of better to just make your actuation controller a lot slower, so you slowly engage all the drives at once instead of like quickly engaging two. It's the Wonkavator, dude. Yeah. Okay, we're supersonic. I have a friend who did some recent KSP runs and his liftoff speeds caused re-entry burn on the way up. Yeah, that happens, Rizik. Try to go through too fast through a pneumatic medium. Yeah, that definitely is a thing. Hey, Bullet. Do you think you will explore KSP 1 much after the release of 2? I wouldn't rule it out, Jacobs. Yeah, I'll probably still play KSP 1. I just can't say when. But yeah, we'll probably go back. Mess with stuff. I don't see why not. Yeah, Banja, that'd be crazy, right? So we got a nice, good ascent here with the KRPC reactors. Let's try to just nose us over a little bit. This thing doesn't fly too well in the atmosphere. It's literally a flying skyscraper. Do you think you'll be able to import craft file? No backwards compatibility, Novus, but KSP2 has the exact same, has a lot of the same files. So if you can build it, remember how you put it together in KSP1, you should be able to put it together in KSP2. That's part of the reason why I built Jebstone 4 and the K200 when I played. When you were here a little bit earlier, you saw me driving the truck around. It's the same truck as KSP1. Same exact parts, same exact placement. I'm sure somebody will make a compiler to do that, Ian. I don't see why not. Me, yeah, I didn't have that luxury when I played it, dude. I've been away for a while. Did you eliminate the cargo bay doors? Yeah, bum. I finished Endurance over the weekend, and it was at 1,000 parts with everything that I wanted to do with it, minus any payloads, so I said screw it. Yeah, screw it. I don't need payload bay doors down there. We'll just make it hollow. It looks kind of cool having the hollow payload bays out back anyway. Rizik, are you talking about stuff like this? Re-entry on the way up? I want to remind everybody the drive is like maybe at like... I don't know, 20% power? I have a side bet that many KSP2 Day 1 streamers will go back to KSP 1 if all they're doing is going through the tutorials in early access. Which way did you bet? Yeah, they're throttleable with the cow controller, Toasty. I'm basically controlling the rate at which the landing gear gets crushed. This is nothing for what that 7-bay drive can do. Yeah, like nothing. We're at 20% power for the drives right now. A lot of them will revert rather than stream the same content. Good luck with that one, Vulcan. Good luck. Good luck with that one. You know you are in Kerbal too, right? What? Cooking? Yeah, Buddhas, that's right. I'm titled in KSP 1, guys. You need to refresh your browser. Space Scraper. Yeah. This is the Endurance. You could tell it's an You could tell it's the Endurance because of the way it is. Oh. What just happened there? Oh, we lost a roll control actuator. And I'm not sure why we lost a roll control actuator. That's not good. Well, it's okay because it ain't going nowhere. Are we trying to stir the tanks? Yeah. Alright, let's pulse down the drives. Is it a similar problem with too much force is seen with the drives? No, it's the SAS doing that tick back and forth thing too quickly. Aqualex, you know how there's that, like, there's the, not PIO, but the SAS starts going, it's doing that with the drives. That's what I was able to test. It's the PID on the SAS. Well, we still have the other one, so... What a shot, though. Give them a dead zone. Yeah, maybe. Can you check F3? It may have snapped off. We may have snapped the drive off. That drive isn't strutted anything. It's just gizmoed out from the center SRB support. Can you fix those on the go? No, not really. My backup to that is that I have SAS and RCS to compensate. Things just stuck there, huh? I could put a redundant system in, just like we have redundant drives, but yeah. I'm not happy that that thing popped. And the worst part is that, yeah, I gotta pay attention to the SAS to make sure that it doesn't do that. But that's okay. Would that be an abort? Furs, yeah. See, the thing is that I'm not sure what the course of action is in this scenario. Like, what do we do? I could eject the stupid thing by doing that. There we go. And we still have one roll control actuator over there, so that's not the worst problem. Okay, so let me rekey the drives. That the KRAKEN SAS is rekeyed. So there we go. I think this test I'll try to land her on the moon. I have no backup for this, Furs. If this happens during our mission, I'm not sure what we're gonna do. I really don't want to have to revert. So, but also I don't have the time to really come up with mission contingencies, dude. We gotta start flying this mission today. Moon is set as target. Re-engage. We're starting to pick up some acceleration here. 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. We're at 1 G of acceleration. Let's really push this drive to the maximum going to the moon. Thought you could build one with an engineer. Space EVA is not something I would rely on as a fix for something. Do the drives explode if they're behind a docking port? I don't know, Furs. I really haven't tested it enough, buddy. Drives are staying within tolerance right now. Even the roll control. Roll control is doing just fine. Okay. We're at 4.5. Excuse me. Let's go to the moon. Six Gs of acceleration, nice and stable. Rates are still looking good. We are compensating on all axes. 7 Gs. Yeah, for redundant drives would be the right way to do it. The real easy way to do that with redundant drives would be to just stack 2 right there and just keep one deactivated. 8 Gs, nice and stable. Sorry, I need to shoot off a message. Okay, we are nice and steady at 8. Let's see if we can push this thing all the way up to 10. (9.2), 9.3. Bill is about to pass out. Ship is stable at 10 Gs of acceleration. We're making mystery goo here. 2,300 tons, dudes. I gotta figure out why it did that. No, they can't die from the G-forces. They just pass out. We lost control. RCS re-engage. See if we can fix that. See if we can turn on the engine gimbal, see if it'll correct. Ooh. Ooh. Well, it's probably good that we did this test, guys, because, yep, I forgot to put a probe core back on this thing in case, well, this happens. And that reminds me that I also need an antenna. I've lost control of the ship. Yeah, it's just going to keep accelerating until it runs out of power, which is never. We Solomon Epstein'd it. We're probably going to crash into the moon. Expanse throwback, dude. Right? Yeah, this will probably hit the moon. But it does look cool, though, right? Can we watch it hit the moon? I reckon it would take a second to get out there. Dude, it's not even... How much burn time do we have left? So much burn time. I want to watch it crash into the moon, guys, but I also want to make sure that this is... We got to make sure that all these systems work. For the SAS, try strutting the legs to the girder. When I tested it, the legs would detach from the ship if you tried to turn the ship, and struts really reduced that. Well, the struts were staying attached to the girder, Raid. The girder detached from the SRB in that test, dude. So I don't really know what to tell you. Like... this part connection broke right here, not that to that. Why is it so bright in here? This thing needs a probe core and it needs antennas. I put the shuttle docking port up at the front, dude. If you guys notice, one of the space station modules is making the front docking ring. Where would a probe core go? I know a good spot for it. We'll attach it to the S... Man, why are my shaders so blown out? There we go. Would node attaching it to the keel be stronger? There's no nodes to attach it to, and it's already attached to the keel. Radial, I find, is a stronger connecting port for certain parts, Aqualux. The other thing, guys, so payload bay is done. Payload bay docking ring is done. Oh, look, I left it on my to-do list. Probes and antennas. And then the payload bay vessels. Flags are done. Ship name is done. Hull number, we don't need that. There's only one. Probes, antenna, and payload bay. All right, cool. Guys, I actually haven't tested the Grissom yet. I want to see if we can use that. I just want to see how this fares as well. So, Raid, you said that the roll control actuators being in the payload bay is no good. So, I will detach those and I'll put them basically in the same spot as they are on Endurance. Because at the end of the day, Endurance is just a bigger Grissom. No joke. Yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed that. It's just a bigger Grissom. And it just, yeah, just ended up looking like an Expanse ship. Alright, so what I'll do with this for our roll control surfaces is we'll run a strut. See if that fixes this problem. We'll strut up to the plane fuselage like that. Where did I end up putting the antennas? I don't think I put antennas on this one. Doesn't matter. Let's go. Get all my orange suits in there. Try attaching a strut from the girder to the leg. Well, let's get a good trial with this figured out before we go any further with that. Let's just try it without it. See if we can see this in a little bit better frames. Alright, let's try it with Aquarius here. So let's load up the drives at 40 and then give the engines a little, let's see. Because, yeah, I mean, guys, I was thinking about it. Endurance will do it. I basically have it dialed in with the exception of those KRAKEN SAS systems. Endurance will do it. It'll go anywhere. But now the question is frames. That's why I made Grissom as a backup. You can just kind of picture in your mind us messing around with the Endurance and using the Grissom instead, because once again, the Endurance is just a bigger version of Grissom. Like a much bigger version. Here, let's try it with this one. We should be able to get some nicer frames here. Get the accelerometer up. There we go. There we go. 1 to engage the KRAKEN SAS. What the hell's going on there? Huh. Yeah, pitting the accelerometer. Yeah, sorry, I didn't do that. Because that is a little concerning. Yeah, SAS. See, that's what it's doing with Endurance. We just got to see it in real time though. Now it controls just fine. Let's tee up the drive to 40. Right there. And heck, set that down to nothing. Jeez. Now we just lost control of it. Drive is teed at 40. Activate the engines. And then just... I don't know why the roll control surfaces on this do weird stuff. It's basically the same thing. Yeah, but I think the SAS PID might be screwing it up. Alright guys, want to go fast? Drive isn't taking. There it goes. Send it. Do I want to know why that's there? I'm not sure I want to know why that's there. Is that control? What's it doing up there? Whatever. Arrow keeps wanting it to point straight up because we're going too fast. Okay, we're accelerating at 1. Everything is looking good. Come on. Alright, let's just go up into space. We have a different schedule once KSP 2 comes out. I'll be playing over the weekend, Muskrat, if that's what you're asking. Alright, throttle it up. Let's go. She started to lose control there for a second, but we got 4 Gs of acceleration, looking real good. Faster. Let's go. Yeah, right, I see what you're saying there. But let's accelerate it. Let's try to break this thing. Eight Gs. Eight 8.6, 8.7. This has a probe core on it, at least I think it does. Something flew out of the ship. We broke something, and that control surface is doing weird things to this. I'm amazed this thing even flies. It's that thing. Yeah, she's very broken. All right. A lot of red text there. Yeah, something's very broken with that. The game has no idea what's going on. Well, that mission was going good until it wasn't. I might just take those off, just because. That was the source of the problem there. And I think my control surface authority is actually, believe it or not, too high for this thing. I'm going to set these to 10. I think the SAS is making these things freak out. It makes the control surfaces basically play ping pong with each other. That's set to roll. That one's set to yaw. Yeah, okay, cool. Yaw. Did you decide on using the smaller one? I think we might have to, Bucket, but it's not because endurance doesn't work. Literally, endurance is 1,000 parts. It actually works better than this thing, but it's 1,000 parts. I'm worried about frames. Like, physically, I don't think we have the time with the frame rates, dude. So I'm working on an insurance policy here. A boom has occurred. We have a problem. Yeah, that's right, Sorrow. I think it's more fitting to go out with this class of ship. Yeah. Nah, an endurance policy. Yeah, that's a good way to say that. How could an Elevon glide into the surface? There's no Elevons down there. I literally just took them off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, Red. What's going on, buddy? Huh. That's probably not what we want, to be honest with you. Man, if this drive kicks in right now, that's gonna suck. And it kicked in, because of course it did. I guess we're going this way, guys. Dynamic pressure is at 60. We gotta slow down. You don't want to go ludicrous speed down here. We're not breaking anything, are we? Nope. No, Rocket Guy, something went wrong. Something no rift with the Elevons down there. Yeah, it's Kraken driving, Red. Yep. Come on, baby. We might have some issues with heating here. Gotta slow her down a little bit. Because going 1700 at 34 is not good for heating the front of your vessel. guess it just wanted us to go into polar orbit, but okay. So we're up above the thick stuff for now. Once we get up above 51, 52, we'll be good. There we go. Set course for the moon. So we're making this turn here towards the moon, which is over there. We're doing this while accelerating. All right. Okay. Set course for the moon. Now it's doing that SAS thingamajigger again. Hey, Bradders, what's going on, buddy? 8 Gs. I set it into a fine control mode, but see it doing that doesn't play nice with the Kraken surfaces. Oh, the payload bays, because I used the subassembly, they're still grandparent strutted, so we're not getting the maximum performance out of this drive. Good to know. Bob and Bill are not having a good day, but Jeb and Val are just fine. We're passing 4.5 kilometers a second. No, it's not that the other ship was no good, Cirrus. It works. It works just fine. It's frames. I actually finished it, dude, and I just launched it a second ago. I did have some problems with the control surfaces, but now I'm testing my kind of backup insurance policy here. This one works very nicely. Let's see. Let's see if we can roll it well under 10 Gs. Yep. So this is that ship's little brother, Cirrus, which I built a long time ago. And it's what Endurance is kind of based off of. So yeah, if frames are going to be a problem, dude, I might want to use the smaller ships just so we can actually do this and not have to worry about a stuttery, jittery game. But Grissom seems to be working quite well. This is a Grissom class Corvette. This one is Aquarius. It's working very well, actually. I just hope I put a probe core on it, dude. Because the Kerbals are going to be passing out very soon if we're not careful. We just do a course correction here. $9 a.m. Kuro is when the game releases, I'm pretty sure. Oh. We're going to lose Val. Jeb blanked. Yeah, we have a probe core on the ship. I'm still in control. $9 Eastern. Yeah. So we're at 12 kilometers a second on a trajectory to cross the moon. They're just in cryosleep. We'll just say cryosleep. They're gonna be in cryosleep for, yeah, not very long. We got a nice and healthy 8.5 G acceleration. Very good. Just adjusting the trajectory to get us to the moon. And then we're going to go fly around on the moon here. And then we'll bring it back to Kerbal as a shakedown. I'm thinking, guys, go with Aquarius because Endurance is good, dude. Don't get me wrong. I love that thing. But this thing, I'm having a little bit more luck. And I can see if the drive is going to break with this because of the frames. Because we're getting a little bit better simulation because this is like a third of the parts. How far are we past Kerbal? It's the max acceleration right now. The drives are actually, I have a drive limiter on them, believe it or not. We can make them go faster.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Aquarius is really booking, man. Fearless, hey, 48-month resub. Thanks, man. You so hyped for KSP 2 subs? Yeah. $18 kilometers a second. KSP mods S32. 20 kilometers a second. Moon encounter is in 5 minutes. Yeah. So this is the second ship that I teed up, I fixed over the weekend. This thing has, you know how the Endurance has 7 of these drives? That's 8. 7 of these drives, this has 4. And it's a third of the mass. This thing can book. But my drives are capped right now. They're grandparent strutted. If we undo that grandparent strut on the cargo bay, this thing could go way faster than this. But it is stably doing 8.5 Gs.
Discovery.
I haven't watched Picard, no. Link, ludicrous speed, go! Any faster would be ludicrous? Yeah, I don't know if the ship could take it. What's the matter, Colonel Chat? Chicken? What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken? Prepare for ludicrous speed. Okay, flip and burn. Slow it down. How many we got? How many chatters we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I can't believe it. It's surrounded by chat.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Keep firing, chat! Oh yeah, I also put shuttle-style payload bays inside of here too. Okay, 25 kilometers a second. We're 650 tons right now, so we got to figure out a way to stop. So let's shut those out. Disable the Kraken SAS. I'm not telling you to do that. Okay, the drives are disengaged right now. Kraken SAS is off. Okay, ship is reoriented for the retro burn here. Flip and burn, cowboy. That's no moon. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it is in fact. It is in fact moon. Yes. Turn VSync off again, boss. I don't know, Tessa. I just put the graphics card in and installed the drivers, but why the Kerbal's still blacked out? It depends on how long you accelerated for. So now what we'll do is I will undo the grandparent strut here. Oh, Val's back. Not for long though. We got to flip. Yeah, there we go. Jeb's back. We should start decelerating. All right, rekey the drives. Shut SAS off. Rekey the Kraken. The Kraken SAS. Kraken SAS is rekeyed. Okay, drive is re-engaged for deceleration. Now, this is with the drives un-grandparent strutted, so we should be able to stop a lot faster. We should be able to get more out of these drives. Yeah, before we only did 8. Now we're at 9. Ten Gs of acceleration. 11, 12, 13. They were in safe mode before. Throttling it up. 14. Oh, man. 15. Jeez. I'm kind of scared to go further. We can get a little bit more out of it. There we go. We're at max throttle. 15 Gs. Stable deceleration. Yeah, the game doesn't like this. Parts of the ship are starting to bend under acceleration. See how those wings aren't lining up? Yeah. Parts of the ship are unhappy with me, Cirrus. We got to be careful about that SOI transition, so I'm actually going to shut the drives. That's the drive throttle right there. I'm testing Grissom. John, I made up a version of Grissom that's optimized around what we learned from Kraken drives from Endurance, dude. How's the ship thrusting at all? Kerbal's Rock, I'm clamping landing gear inside of a payload bay, dude. Okay, drive is disengaged. It's a Kraken drive. Grissom with a Kraken drive, dude. We're through SOI transition. No damage to the ship. We're good. Okay. Let's try to capture this thing. We need to do a 15 kilometers a second delta V burn here. That's not... Yeah, the maneuver node, that ain't gonna work. Find our retrograde indicator. Retrograde indicator is found. Can you use Able 2 just to compare the max acceleration? I mean, we could, yeah. Oh, Bill's back. Okay. SAS off, RCS off. Re-engage the drive. Or re-engage Kraken SAS. Drive should re-engage here momentarily. Alright, I don't really want to shut these off in here. Let me get around the moon and let's capture the moon and then we'll go. 5 Gs. We are decelerating. Now the key here is to watch that time. If the time to periapsis stays the same, that means you're decelerating at the right rate. If it's going up, that means you're not decelerating fast enough to circularize. You're gonna go past it. You don't want to go full plaid and then pass it. We're right back up to 10 Gs. Get the juice. "12 kilometers a second and decelerating. God, this drive is sick. This is actually really, really good, man. Yeah, I think 12 is on the money, Tessa, because that number is not going down. You just got to be careful. I'm doing this. I'm letting the drive deviate because I want to get the PE over the equator. Dude, the fact that it's nice and stable, that I can use the Kraken SAS to just control it around under full acceleration is pretty damn good. Alright, we are going to let it go down. We are approaching the moon. If this number is going up, that means you're decelerating too fast. Believe it or not. Five Gs. Every test I've seen, you're on the dark side. Well, let's sit here and we'll circularize Mauser and yeah, we'll. It's because I like entering the moon prograde, but yeah, we'll get around to the other side and see if we can get Grissom down to the surface. Do a slight inclination change here. It's that roll control that's really bugging me. But I think we should be okay. Alright, slow the drive down. Slow the drive down to 1G. Good. Very good. We made it out to the moon in 15 or 16 minutes. Under 2 kilometers a second. Nice, Panta. We take the scenic route. I didn't have the drives. The drives were grandparents strutted for the outbound burn. Grissom needs payload bay lights. We need payload bay lights. I gotta finish outfitting this thing, but Aquarius is doing quite well. This is actually a really good shakedown. We just getting in and out of Kerbin's atmosphere is a little bit it's a little tough. Yeah, right, Tessa? We're staying right at 235. This is real good, man. Real good. Some Verkistochrone stuff right here. Alright, we can actually cut out the drive. Shut the SAS off. Disable. Turn the SAS back on. That the Kraken drive can really knock you around. There we go. Let's mess with this. How much Delta V we have? All right, turn the engines on. Maneuver the ship in position. Burn time is 1 minute 54 seconds. We need to find a way to put those control surfaces back on there and have them not be glitchy. I hate the SAS when it does that. Yeah, MGB, I might do this with Grissom just because it's a little bit easier to fly. And the part count, so we can... Yeah. I love Endurance. It's one of the coolest things that I think I've made. But Grissom is a lot... I also love Grissom, but it's a lot less parts. But it does basically the same thing. You know, I really like Grissom. Yeah, me too, me too. Okay. Let's just tick that in there. Oh, yeah. Good old chemical burns. Wait. Good old kept... Wait, no. The refit version is nice, dude. It's a cool design. I like it. And I was thinking last night, I finished Endurance and I got it working great. And I'm like, dude, why don't I take this technology and apply it to Grissom? Because I know the Grissom can do it. All right, so now let's try to crack and drive chemical burn assist at the same time. Let's see. See if we can do both of these things. Oh, wow. That's smooth, man. Very smooth. Drive is clamped at 3.5, or, well, not 3.5. It's somewhere around there. Yeah, I did, MGB. I updated it off stream. That's correct. But yeah, it has 4 brick drives in it. 4 brick drives, and then I gave it ISRU capability so it can refuel. We got drills, ore tanks, radiators are in those payload bays there. I gave it Kraken SAS, and I gave it a way for the shuttle to dock to it if I need to. Nice. Perfect. This is what I can say about KSP 2 devs team. They want to understand what they've built. What they've built is nothing short of freaking remarkable, man. But yeah. All right, dudes. So this is a lander. It's got Grasshopper, SpaceX Grasshopper style things, landing legs. So let's nice. I ironed out most of that inclination on that burn. Pretty good. What are those 2 massive engines? They're rhinos, just like Endurance. Oh, we need a resource scanner, huh? Let's just zip zop zoobity bop around here. And now I'll test that out. I've re-equipped this Grissom with solar panels. But I went with the circly boys this time because I thought they were cool. That's where I want to go. There we go. Actually, MGB, you know what would be kind of a cool thing? There's no robotics or anything on the Endurance. I don't think there's any limitation saying that I can't make that. That would be a cool ship to do, you know? Is this a test flight? Yep. Yep. See, Grissom flies. Grissom, we know how this thing flies already. Let's go down. Let's go down there. We know that that's a nice spot to land. So the thing about it, Dirty, is that the Endurance is a pretty damn good ship even without the Kraken drives. It should be able to go pretty much anywhere with the amount of fuel that it has. It just needs SRBs to get up into orbit. Okay, for landing, we will retract our solar panel. And we will start the landing down onto the surface, dudes. Let's do this. It was only 2 days. We're gonna need a survey resource scanner on this. I gotta re-equip it with a scanner. Add that to the notes. We need antennas, we need scanners. And lights in the payload bays. That's right, that's right. Now what I'm going to do here is test. I'm going to test re-engaging the Kraken SAS with the SAS already enabled. Oh. Didn't like that. All right, we'll do our initial impulse burn. Our initial burn on impulse here. Ready? Let's go. How's fairing building? Fine. We're suborbital. Okay, cycling the SAS. Alright, shutting that all off, rekeying the drive. Okay, we should be down on the surface in about 10 minutes. Whoa. Something is wrong with the pitch axis. It really doesn't like whatever's going on here. Raid, we might need to, if Raid's still here, we might need to strut that thing. It's really, yeah. I don't know what happened between when I was using it before and when I was using it now, but... That was me. That was induced from me right there. That's where I want you to be. See how the pitch controller locks out? That's very strange. Yeah, see, now that's not me doing that. Alright, shut that off. One thing to note with K-Drive SAS, they tend to give all or nothing input torque. It acts without momentum. And it acts without momentum. What? What does that mean, Joe? That doesn't... What do you mean it acts without... Yeah, of course, it's a KRAKEN drive. I don't know what you... Yeah, I don't know what you mean. I'm trying to explain it a bit more. I can change the rates on my drive. The problem is my drive is stuck. The drive's got stuck in the pitch up. That's no good. All right, let's go down. Here we go. Yeah, Raid, I see what you're saying about strutting those things. If Raid is here. Okay, we're on K-Drive. I agree, MGB. I wonder what happens if we put some damper forces into these things, just out of curiosity. Oh. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Very smooth. I'm wondering if I wonder if that's gonna fix it. Yeah, damper forces, Joe, absolutely did their thing. That's quite nice. You know what? They're all getting that. Okay, we're coming down. Landing an entire Grissom on the moon here. All right, where are we? Where are we? How controllable is this? Oh, very controllable. Very nice. Oh, hey, the arch. Yeah, not nearly as much PIO, or SASIO, I guess. Let's just slow ourselves down here, shall we? That's very smooth. Oh, that's good. Very good. Yeah, just giving a little bit of damper on the KSAS is money, dude. Oh yeah, Silks. These are fun. It's fun making ships like this. Oh yeah. That's very good. It's a little temperamental at times, but we're okay. Nice. Very nice. Just gotta be... Here, let's see if we can smooth it out with fine control. Smooth out the control inputs. Oh, dude. Dialed. Very nice. Very, very nice. Oh, guys, this is making using the endurance a little... Like, this is making using Grissom very tempting.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Jordan. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. My day's going fine. When do you actually plan to start the Grand Tour in mission mode? Sooner rather than later. This might be the start of it. You don't even know. It depends on how well this mission goes. That was me that did that turn. Nice. Yeah, guys. Let's use what we learned during the endurance. We'll finish fitting the ship out, and then the Aquarius is going everywhere. Yes, I think we're good to start today. I need a resource scanner. I need a couple of other things, but this control system is just, it's the closest thing I've got to, like, really dialed in. This thing works great. Squall, give this up to Halfco Joe, one of my oldest viewers. Gracias, amigo. Or no, Squall, Hokey did. Sorry, Squall said that right before that. Sorry, I read the chat wrong. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on landing. Either way, Hokey, thank you very much. My mind has changed. I didn't think I was going to buy KSP 2 until the first major update. Then you said KSP 2 does patch conic calculations between star systems. And sister, it's a hell of a software package. It's a hell of a software package for $50, bro. Okay. No, MGB, it's not. I mean, it kind of is, but it's more... That means it can accurately predict a trajectory between star systems, Toasty. That's a really damn good indicator for how the physics engine works. Re-engage the drive. Come on, drive. KRAKEN SAS is disabled right now. We are on straight RCS fine control with the drive. Take us out of fine control with the RCS so we can do some maneuvers. What engine puts it into hover? KRAKEN drives, Tin. I have 4 KRAKEN reactors in the payload bay. It's a game-breaking drive where basically you crush landing gear inside of a payload bay, and basically I have an Epstein drive from the Expanse equipped in this ship. You could use KRAKEN SAS for translation. I was thinking about doing that, Jonas, putting another set of YPR controls on the back of Grissom. And you could basically get stuff to hover. See? Ship can go into nice hover mode. Stupid question. No backwards compatibility, IQ2. Oh, I guess I didn't put an extra ladder on that one. Bill, go to the other side. Alright, let's bring her down. Let's see if we can do it with Bill hanging on the side. Where is he? He's right there. Actually, you know what? On second thought, that's probably not a good idea. That's probably not a good thing. We probably shouldn't do that. Okay, ready? KRAKEN SAS is re-engaged. Let's get over towards this arch, huh? Come on down now. Got a little bit of a lean. Sliding down the hill a little bit, but that's okay. Oh, no, we're not. She's planted. Excellent. We're sliding just a little bit. Let's try this. See, I don't know what the resource concentration is here, but we'll try for it. Let's put the thing into mining mode. See if we can refuel ourselves here. Oh, there's ore here. Very nice. Nice, we got ore, dudes. Your last, Rec. Can you explain the source of the Epstein name? Because my brain's... It's Solomon Epstein from The Expanse. Yeah, we're sliding a little bit. What did you build when you played KSP 2? Watch the beginning of this VOD. RJ. Yeah, you're gonna want to do that. I think he was after a little more than a name, boss, like the story behind it. Solomon Epstein is the Zephyrim Cochrane of the Expanse universe. Hey, Flo, popped in here to let you know that I might want to check your emails. That's in right now, not on screen. Oh, I saw it. Oh, I saw it. Yeah. Jawohl. Ist good, yeah? Yeah. I saw it. I have, Flo, my email and my DM is, like, on my phone. It's always there during the stream. I can social media manage email and do that all at the same time. That's no problem. But yeah, thanks, man. Good stuff. Yeah, no, I told chat we got a good email, but I just said it was a good email. That's all. Wunderbar, indeed. Can you make monopropellant for more? Yeah, of course. Alright, cool. We just need to demonstrate that tech. Stop. Retract the grill. Grill? Drill. Grill? Yeah, you know what I mean. Okay. Retract. Retract. I don't like that we're drifting, because that hill only gets steeper. And we'll keep sliding down this stupid thing until it falls off the damn cliff. You want to see something cool? Sure. Why did Bill just... Bill? What's that, Geeson? Yo! That's sick, dude. Oh, why did he put the French flag up? The guy wants 35K for it. Yeah, Rocket. Watch the beginning of the stream, dude, if you want to see. Just got here. Also, have you seen Dennis's performance vid? Looks like your ESA rigs went down to 20 FPS at 151 parts. I mean, Zay, you seem to be like super hung up on the performance, but I don't know how many times I need to tell you that it's, of course, it's an unoptimized game. Like, this is like the 4th time I'm telling you this now. Like, I don't understand. Are you not paying attention, or am I not making it clear? Like, yeah, of course it's unoptimized. Yeah. I don't really appreciate that, you know, people are using that as a detraction, but hey, whatever. Community gonna community. It's not a big deal. They'll fix it. It's early access. It's the way it's gonna be. KSP 1 was like this, and no one seemed to bat an eye. It's just very strange to me. Yeah, Cats, it's a good game, dude. Like, it's gonna have bugs, guys. I don't know what you want. Like, okay, let's re-engage the drive. Let's get out of here. Let's go back to Kerbal. Okay, we have liftoff. Okay, let's do this. I mean, Zay, for what it's worth, I retooled my computers over the weekend, and my old computer has a 1070 graphics card, an EVGA GTX 1070, and a Core i7, 1070 and a Core i7 970 processor from 13 years ago. The reason why I retooled it is because I'm gonna play KSP2 on that, and I'm gonna play KSP2 on my what I took the 1070 out of. I took the 1070 out of my main rig and put a 3080 Ti in it. So I'll have a older computer and a really good computer to play KSP2, and I have it set up so I can show you side by side comparison, if you really want. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be fun. This is a 3080, yeah. Okay. Re-enabling the KRAKEN SAS. And then giving us a little bit of the beans here. Let's get out of here. You tried any RTX games? No, I haven't. Come on, take off. Where's Kerbal? I want to go back to Kerbal. Man, if that drive turns on right now, we're dead. I was able to get it back. Let's just try to re-engage before we crash into the ground. There we go. Drives re-engage. I know what that email was now. Great. Still really kind of failing to understand. Sometimes the KRAKEN SAS works really well, and other times it doesn't. Like right now, we should be able to take off. We should be able to get the drive into high gear here, but it doesn't want to. Here, let's see if we can just give the engines a little kick. Nope, doesn't want to do it. And now that crazy, stupid pitch moment from the drive is back, or from the KRAKEN SAS. I don't get what changed. I landed and I shut the drive off, and then I took off, and now the behavior is completely different. All right, let's try to scrub the drive in. So the roll control works just fine. Pitch doesn't want to do its thing. Huh. That's weird. And she doesn't want to accelerate either. Erudite, that's probably the stupidest question I've been asked today by a pretty good shot. I don't think it jostled anything. I can't even accelerate. We're not accelerating the drive. We are doing flips. We're getting some pretty gnarly style points, I will say this. If the drives turn on right now, though, we're accelerating into the ground, and that's going to suck. The whole point of this mission was to try to send this out here on a landing op to see if we can.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Wow. Kufadinas, welcome to Mission Control. Go at throttle up. Thank you for the Prime sub, buddy. Drifting. Oh god, the drive activated. Oh, we're going fast, boy. We are going fast. Stay above ground. Stay above ground. Whoa! It's working. This all works fine now. Control systems went back to working normally. We obliterated Jeb. We're accelerating at 13 Gs. Where's Kerbal? We need to go over there. Yeah, drive works fine now, dudes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Here we go. Bring that periapsis back in. Here we go. Yeah, the ship's handling it really good. Kerbal goulash for dinner tonight, indeed. Okay, rotator back into position. There we go. Yeah, that behavior needs to be more understood, because if we go to try to take this thing off of Eve, I can't have it doing that. We are going like a bat out of hell, though. Come on, baby. Yikes. Almost 10 kilometers a second out of the hole. This thing is really going. Gotta make slight trajectory adjustment. Yeah, once the drive kicked on, all the systems went back to working correctly. Interesting behavior, but yeah. Come on. There we go. Inclination change is set. Throttle the drives down. Yeah, Caffeine, that was strange. The systems are working fine now. Once the drive kicked back into gear, that tells me that the KSAS doesn't like being kicked into high gear. But once it got kicked into high gear, it worked excellent. I think some of the they don't. They all go at the same time, dude. Yeah, from what I've seen, DJ. But yeah, see, super stable now. Very smooth. Very smooth operation. Because we're a smooth operator. We were just down there like a couple minutes ago. Alright, so let me disable that. Turn that on. And then totally disengage the drives. Drive disengage. Drive total disengagement is good. Are your Kerbals dead? Nah, they're sleeping, Jarrus. Yeah, they're just sleeping. Hey, Mock, what's going on? Is this a version of Scobie? It's Grissom, but it has a Kraken drive in it. Look at my speed. I am speed. The endurance, guys, I got working. It works fine, but the frame rate is atrocious. But, dude, it is a hell of a ship. But as an insurance policy, I have the Aquarius here, which is a Grissom class Corvette. These things were originally designed for interplanetary Duna transfers. Now it's going to be designed for interplanetary everything transfer. Yeah, and it can also refine too. We did pick up some ore down on the surface of the moon. Intergalactic, land of jelly, intergalactic. We're not really... Hang on, let me go into my maneuver editor here. We have to come in prograde. There we go. It's only right. Got to do a slight course correction here. We're through SOI transfer. Guys. Stop. Let it go. Okie dokie. All right. We got to do our course correction. It's 3,400 meters a second, delta V. We're through SOI transition, so we should be able to reactivate the drives. Drive is reactivated. Key the SAS, or key the bay drives. Here we go. Yeah, the Kerbals are up. Well, I'm about to put them back to sleep, Shizzle. In... now. $10 Gs of acceleration, nice and smooth. We don't even need the RCS. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, that's money, dude. This thing is just a pleasure to fly. It's just a pleasure. Dude. They're in cryo sleep. They're in cryosleep, bro. That's what they're doing. Oh, God, I love this thing. I'm so happy I decided to do this. The Grissom with the basically everything that we learned about drives and control system, Kraken drive control systems, with on the Grissom is just perfect. All right, that's really good. It's 8 minutes. Jeb stayed awake during that burn? All right. We're going 15 kilometers a second. All right, get rid of that maneuver node. We don't need that. Let's try to land. Let's try to bring it back down to KSC, shall we? All right, there's our nice circularization burn. It's going to take 2 minutes and 46 seconds with the engine, so I think we can just... Let's just time warp over here. There we go. It's only going to take 6 minutes. Only a 6-minute warp, guys. No problem. Where were you sitting? Front row. In a good place. All right, dial in that maneuver node. Node in T-minus 1 minute. So to get a good indication of how fast we're going, guys, I just want you to focus your eyes right there and just use your peripheral to look at Kerbal go by. We're going awfully fast. They put us in the front row for a reason, Chief. True story. Okay. Let's see how quickly we can shut off 13 kilometers a second. Ready? $16 Gs. Uh-oh. Oh, I pushed it too much! Oh, reactor leak! No! Well, those guys are dead. We pushed the ship hull past 18 Gs, I think. Yep, that's gone. And it's gone. Okay, that's where the theoretical limit of that was. So much for trying to land. I pushed it a little too much. Yeah, that was a lot of power. Okay, good mission. All right, let's make our upgrades to this thing, shall we? All right, so first big thing. Keying in a little bit at 1.5 damper on these things made them a lot nicer. A lot nicer to control it. Just so they don't skitch around as much. That was the first big one. We need to dampen out inverting the damper. That's literally, yep, that's the right way to say that. That's a little strange. I did go to Amsterdam, Sendel, yeah. Yeah, Rick, the back of the ship took a dump. The whole back of the ship separated, indicating that the Kraken drive separated and bonked the ISRU. Yeah, that's why we saw explosions back there. Dampers, gonna damp. There's that piece of junk. I don't know what that thing is, why that's there, but it's there and we got rid of it. We basically money shifted it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, that too much boost. Too much boost would be the right way to say that, I think. Hey, Riverin. It had too much boost. Alright, we need some lights inside of the payload bay. See, this is why I'm pushing this thing on purpose to try and find its limits. I made it on that freaking SRB upside down. A top fuel funny. Yo. Yeah, that won't end well. Huh. So that's what we got to do to get this thing in line, huh? Alright. That's not what I selected, but that's okay. Let's just make sure I edited that out right. Okay, we did. Now, what I'm thinking, dudes, is K-drive for the back might not be the worst idea. I was thinking if we have a drive set, right, we might be able to get this thing to hover up off the ground. I want to test that before we go any further. So how we would do that is I basically just need another drive set at the back. So give me these, right? These. And put them at the back. Put that one in 2x radial. Move it up out of the way. Right, and then put this one in 2x radial, right? Put that one up out of the way. And this should trim out any weird forces here. If the landing legs aren't pushing through the center of mass correctly, this should trim it all out. So these need to be set to positive 10. And that because they're behind the center of mass instead of being in front. There we go. We need the ore scanner, that's right. Thank you, Tessa. Drive bay lights, we're gonna need those ones, yep. There we go. Not that one, the dish version. Well, I still want that one. And we might need a resource scanner, dude. A probe core scanner. Something like that. Well, that's where they were mounted on the original Grissom right there. I put them right there, and they were going while the ship was flying around. I'm thinking, Tessa, give me this one, right? and put the Rove Mate right up on the top there. Just a place that's easily accessible. It looks right. Looks like it belongs. We're going to need some antennas for this thing too, but I wasn't really sure on how to do that. But before we do the drive bay lights and the antennas, guys, I want to see what this the two-sided Kraken SAS is going to do. Double-headed Kraken SAS. Basically what I want to see is with the control surfaces, see if I can get the ship to levitate off the ground. I didn't like those solar panels clipped in the way that they were, so move them out a little bit. The radiators being in there was fine. Will the Rove Mate handle the heat? Coffee is 15G resistant. Surly. You know what? I'm gonna go make more coffee. I'll be right back. You reminded me. Thank you. Coffee is the universal constant. Tea is greater than coffee. I will not allow false statements to be made in this chat. Fancy Oaf, thank you very much. What kind of coffee you brewing? Dunkin'. I'm Dunkin' drinking, dog. All right, let's see if we can lift this thing. Tea is better than or equal to coffee? Okay, it's not necessarily blasphemous now. That's just a godless statement now. Okay. You guys like putting leaves in your drink. I like putting bean juice. Just beans. Okay? Tea is best thrown overboard. Into bodies of water, which we can all agree on. Tea belongs in bodies of water. It's just the body of water that, it's just depends on the body of water. That's where the definition diverges, you know what I mean? Alright, so enable the drive up front. Enable the drive in the back. What I want to see, where's the control surface for the front? There it is. Alright, so there's my pitch control surfaces. So let's deploy it. Come on, get the front of the ship up. Dude. Oh, no! Well, that didn't work. It was a good idea, though. The rover core only works when landed, right? I think so. That did what I thought it was going to do, though. So here's what I want. Here's what we're gonna do. These drives are gonna be better suited being put back at the end here where I can select them. All right. And they only need... they're gonna have to be hanging out up here like that. So I have a theory about this and how this should work. give me this landing leg, right? Flip it around. 8 landing legs should be enough to move this. I just gotta move it so it's basically symmetrical to the other landing leg right there. Like that. And then we just gotta do the same thing back here. There we go. I want to see something, and this is just something that I kind of thought would be a good thing to add here, a good extra capable system here, so we can maneuver around a little bit easier based off of what I just saw. So no controls on that one. No control lockout. We can get rid of those. And then on the front ones here, no control. And then I'm going to need just a cal. Hover mode. Save. Go over here like this. This looks complicated. Yeah, maybe a little bit. So we got to go in here and set the deploy angle on these right here. Deploy angle. Start them at 0. There we go. That is now is the other one working right? Yep, both working correctly. All right, excellent. All right, let's try something. Let's try something here. Shutzy, what's up, dude? What happened to the other Grand Tour? I got it working. I got it working great. The thing is, it's 1,048 parts. It looks awesome. Trust me, I finished it. But also, what I did as kind of a secondary measurement, a secondary like thing shut is I took all the tech that I learned from the Endurance and applied it to a Grissom. And man, does this thing handle good. Here, I'll be right back. I need coffee. I have coffee. Hey, Simulated. I just burnt my tongue. All right, ready? So let's... Well, that's not what I expected to happen, but all right. Damn! Oh, man! Wow! What have I created? Magic. It's not too much for the legs, Tessa. I just needed to make sure we put the drive in position. So 4, I'm gonna set enable same vessel for the hover mode. Enable same vessel. 5, disable. There we go. That escalated quickly, or elevated quickly. Did it elevate quickly, or escalate quickly? Maybe it stared quickly. Yeah, exactly, Fancy. Yes, that's correct. Just okay, ready? AG. Let's try to key this cow controller in a little bit. Let's try a 20-second. 20-second thing there. All right, so 4, 1. This isn't gonna end well. I suppose this isn't the worst result. I can't click on the control surfaces to get the front going, so yeah, the back's gonna swing around and we're gonna brake. Eject the saucer section. So that one is closer to the center of mass, so that tells me that the back control surface needs to ramp up quicker. Pin the controls. Yeah, Malone, yeah, you're right, you're right. I'm being a goofball. I'm trying to get it so we can hover around, dude. How cool would it be to have this thing just kind of hovering around? All right, let's see. Let's see what we can do. I noticed that the back wing section is not the best, but Shutzy, because this was kind of an idea that I wanted to mess with. If this thing doesn't work after 1 or 2 more tries, dude, we gotta we'll just make the vertical landing version of it, not this dual axis version that we're going to. Yeah, exactly, Tessa. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gonna want to swing the background. That's no problem. Alright, we need to lower the force in the back, dude. I'm backing up, because my daddy taught me good. We're getting some SAS oscillations coming from the back. Engage the main drives. Well, this is fine. Man, I really hope the arrow doesn't force us down in one direction. Oh, that's what it's doing. Yeah, that's good. We're gonna pitch the ship up here, and it's gonna break up. But it's gonna break up to smooth Yaz. You call that swimming? I wouldn't call that swimming, dude. Okay, I got another idea. That's suboptimal. Okay, so the back of this thing is is not strutted to anything. None of it is. So first thing we got to do is strut that wing. Strut that wing in position so it's not freaking out. I don't know why there was no strut there previously, right? And then we got to do that for the bottom as well, which I guarantee you doesn't have it. And now we're going to need some symmetrical struts here to hold that in. Hold that in position. The smooth jazz really, you know, Makes it feel like it's gonna be a lot better. Especially as the ship is just tumbling out of control and just splitting into a bajillion pieces. You know, that it's really reassuring. Very nice. Nope, didn't want to do that. Didn't like that strut. Okay. Oh, thank you, Pythos. Yes. Okay, cool. Save. What I'm gonna do, guys, is attach pitch. If I assign pitch to these control surfaces, it should be able to compensate the surfaces depending on what the SAS is trying to do. It should do that. Let's see what it does. How many planets will we see before this explodes? Yes. All right. One more test with the hover mode system. If it doesn't really do what I want it to do, we'll go back to finishing upgrading this thing, and then we'll get ready to send it. Get ready to send it. Yeah, maybe, Sarah. That test sucked. Alright, yeah, I get it. The ship blows up. Thank you. Zero, it's 150 off the ground, dude. Yeah. 150 off the ground, and you have to be going a certain speed for it to click in. But yeah, that's basically what happens. Yeah, Aqualex, I got you. It's a shame that we're only figuring out how to do all this now, but yeah, that's the kind of way it rolls, man. Oh yeah, one of the things that I needed to do was fix the ladder right here. There we go. Are those all in the down position? That probably has something to do with why this isn't working, right? There we go. Okay. Now let's try this. Let's see what it does now. I had to turn my Bluetooth off. My hands-free voice functions for my GPS. It hears anything close to the words voice commanded trips and you keep tripping it. Kind of funny, actually. Sorry? I think. Night Sun Temple. See you, man. Yeah, it says a calculate route to Hawaii. Okay, ready? Dialed in. Kraken SAS is enabled. SAS RCS is on for the sake of the test. And let's just bring her into the fold here very slowly. Okay, we raised up the back first. That's not good. And we're going to die. This is too much to control. Okay, yes, yes, good. All right, I hit the escape button. All right, cool. That's what I wanted to see. It's a shame. If I had like another week, I would dial it in so we could just hover Star Wars style next to stuff, but don't worry about it. That's not working. So let me get rid of that. Disable those systems right there. Disable those systems there. Do we have any more aft control surfaces? No, I don't. Okay, cool. I also don't need those. Cool. Back to where we were at. All right, so what else did we need? We needed payload bay lights. Okay, payload bay lights, done. Close that up. Close that up. Or scanning dish. Close that up. Close that up. That guy, the 700 survey scanner, Tessa, right? That's what we're looking for. Where'd it go? Oh, it's over there. It's a shame you didn't do a variant save. BGH. Oh, yeah. I don't have time, dude. If we had more time, I would dial it in to hover the damn thing so we could fly it around like a legit Star Wars ship. But, yeah, nope. Cool. That deploys, doesn't foul on anything. Tessa, we're also going to need a radar, or the relay. The RA-100 is good out to Elu, but we can't fit that right there. Yeah, Maggie, I think so. Will the big ones fit in the payload bay? I don't know, but that's 100G on the on that RA-100. Yeah, we should probably have that somewhere. Yeah, this is what's gonna... That actually is kind of cool right there. That's the old robotic mechanism, dudes. Do you want a 100G non-relay? Oh, the Communicatron 8888. That does it. That's 100G? Nice. Oh, very good. Alright, get rid of the docking port there. We don't need it. That was for docking a robotic arm, but I decided against it. Put two of these bad boys here. You too, Cajun. Put them in pairs on the rotating relays. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm thinking. That'd be really cool. Does the rotation still work? It does. It works. Yep, yep. Oh, yeah. All right, dudes. Let's do this. Let's go. Nope, not that. All right, let's do this. No, they're not going to. As long as they don't clip up here, they won't clip anywhere else. They might clip the payload bays a little bit, but they don't need to rotate either. They're directional. We can just change the direction. Oh, it doesn't... Dude, it doesn't clip it. Oh, yeah, it does. Just a little bit. Close enough. If we take this and just tick that back four or five ticks, we're good. Also, get rid of the grandparent strut there. I think so, Hillness. And then I'm gonna take Raid's advice and strut the legs just to see what happens. I have a feeling this with the damper is really gonna iron out this drive and make it real good. Did you change the front? This is Grissom. No, it's not changed. It's just the shaders are being weird right now. Any chance you have some quadcopter that can fit into the cargo bay that we can use to fly around? Eve or Duna? Nothing that small, Raid. Yeah. I would love to have a rover or something, but... yeah. Okay. All right, let's send it. Hopefully we're getting towards the end of our testing regime. Don't have time, Aqualux. If I couldn't dial in the hover with this thing, it's not going to happen with a smaller rover. Unfortunately. Let's just get Grissom going and let's start this. No, XJ, there's no issue with the other ship. The Endurance works just fine. It's just 1,000 parts. That's all. It works. Oh, she works great. In fact, it works so well, I'm like, I should come back to KSP 1 and build out architecture around it. But Endurance doesn't use any no robotic parts, not particularly. I don't see why we couldn't make it in KSP 2. Nor the Grissom. Both of these were made well before robotics, dude. So just take that for what it's worth, I suppose. Okay. Our engines are on. Let's go. We got a lift. KRAKEN SAS is enabled. Ground altimeter is on. Will KRAKEN Tech work? It's a pretty stout ship with even with no KRAKEN Tech, dude, to be honest with you. Stand by, we should get a drive engagement here momentarily. There we go, we have a good driving gauge. 7G acceleration, we have to slow down, baby. Slow it down. Slow her down, we don't want to liquefy ourselves on the way up. There we go. Nice, clean ascent. Aquarius is looking good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Any concern KRAKEN Tech not continuing on in KSP? It might not work, Tyre, but it might, even if it doesn't. Guys, KRAKEN Tech isn't my game, dude. I'm only doing that. I'm only doing it because I thought it would be a cool way to cap off KSP. That's really not my style, dude. We'll come up with, I want to come up with more regular architecture. Like, how cool would it be to do the Grissoms in KSP 2? You know what I mean? Do these things. There's nothing saying we can't make these. The only thing is that the wings in the back, I'd have to make them with procedural, but I'm not, that is not deterring me, you know? With the dampers, I basically gave it a dead zone, Aqualux, yeah. Punch it, Chewie. .7 G acceleration. Good. Very nice. Everything is working a lot better. Everything is a lot more, like, very, very nice to control. Very nice. Do a flip. Chop, chop, that was your fault. You caused this. We lost one. We lost the yaw control actuator. Okay. Considering that one broke with struts and the other ones never broke, consider, you know, even though I was beating the crap out of that thing when we tried to land it on the moon doing actual flips and stuff, I'm going to take the struts off. I'm sorry. Hey, don't worry about it, dude. I'm just testing. It's all good, buddy. Anyone disappointed by the general take on the KSP subreddit? Yes, absolutely. That's the precise reason why I don't go on Reddit anymore. Once upon a time, I was checking the KSP subreddit every day. Nah, not anymore. Yeah, it seems like people, I mean, I don't know, fellas. People have legitimate concerns, but, I don't know. It seems like just a lot of people that just want to be mad. Stay mad. Stay mad. Yeah, scripted. Try to keep it classy, but yes, I very much agree with you. Watch the beginning of this stream, Udia. Watch the VOD. Stay mad at D's. Indeed. Indies. Fine, I will stay mad. All right. At least non-credible defense knows they're... What? Admana, what's non-credible? Do I want to know? Do I want to know? I should probably fix that. Defense crap posting sub. Oh. Nice. At least this world isn't boring, I guess. Kind of low-key want boring, but at least this isn't boring, you know. All right, let's do this. Get our orange suits aboard. Guys, I don't think there's anything else to really see. As long as we don't push the ship too far past like 10 to 15 Gs, we should be fine. KSP 2 early access is $50, Gam. Yep. All right, dudes. I think we're ready to do this. Now, for this grand tour, guys, I think I'm just going to allow quick saving because I'm out of time. No, like, crazy mission mode rules. I want to try to do everything on the first try, but we'll have a Aquarius death counter here, I suppose, as we go. You guys ready? Everybody ready to do this? I don't think I need anything else. Are we missing anything? Diamond, I recently moved to the New Hampshire, Massachusetts area. Any cool aerospace museums up here you recommend? Go to Battleship Cove. It's not necessarily an aviation museum, but go to Battleship Cove. I want to do it with the Grissom because I can get better frames, Pigzig. The Endurance works just fine. I just outfitted Aquarius too over the weekend to work. All right. Grand Tour attempt number 1. Here we go. We got all of our orange suits aboard. The objective here is to plant a flag on every celestial body, except Kerbal, obviously. First place to go, the moon. We're gonna do moon, and then we're gonna go to Minmus as well. Got a probe core. Yeah, I do. You live on the other side of the bridge of Battleship Cove. Right on, Grimaldi. Yeah. Dude, that's an awesome museum. Massachusetts is really cool. It's one of, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's other places, but yeah, one of the few places you can see 16-inch guns. Jewel flag. Pog. No, I'm not going to do it in mission mode. No crazy rules, Rem. Let's just play old school Kerbal style, dude. Quick save, quick load. I think I'm out of time. I think doing it this way is more fun. But I'm going to try. We're going to try to do it on the first try. We're going to try to do it right. Okay, engines are on. In case we need them. Kraken Tech SAS is engaged. Gonna get the main drives up and running. Stand by for main drive engagement. Main drive engagement is on. We're good. Radial out, lock. Okay, we're off the runway. Why did he start on the runway? I like building in the SPH, Roreo. it's kind of a preference thing. I think the camera controls are just a little bit better. All right, here we go. How do you feel about the SPHVAV being unified? Well, it'll certainly smooth operations, that's for sure, Aldesert. Okay, we should be getting a... Oh, no, not yet. Altimeter changeover is good. Drive should kick in very soon. We are go to switch the drives into high gear. For the most part, Altitude, yeah. Okay, we got a good engagement on the drive. 5 Gs and accelerating. We are decelerating for max Q because we're pretty much already there. There we go. Very smooth. Fine control on the KSAS is engaged. Piece of advice, don't crash. That's a good idea. We're transonic. Aquarius is transonic here. Vehicle supersonic. That's not bad passing. It could be worse. Past max Q. 1.8 G acceleration. We're going straight up. All right, let's get into orbit and see where it gets us. It's a little bit late for the grav turn here, but we can make it happen. Make it happen. A little bit of an unorthodox way to get up into space, but I don't know what happens when the drive... You're not entirely sure... You can't be entirely sure what happens when the drive shifts into high gear like that. I'm not interested, Tessa. What's the order of celestial bodies? I'm gonna go to the moon. We'll go to the moon. We'll land on the moon. Find a good spot. And yeah, we'll go from there. And then we're gonna go out to Minmus. And then Moho after that. Yeah, maybe, Stuart. Actually, Eve is on the way. We should go to Eve. Eve and then Gilly. And then Moho. Then Duna. Then Jewel. Elu, and then probably Drez after that. Drez will be last. How far have you been in KSP doing legit gameplay? Everywhere, anime fan. But it's been a while. A long time, actually. This is the real one, yep. Or at least this is the first attempt. I'm going to try to fly this more or less like a regular mission. We don't want to push the ship really past 10 to 15 Gs. If we can help it. Let's second thought, let's not go to Dres. I mean, it's not going to take very long, but we're going to keep that timer. Basically, I want to go to all these planets and not have it take like 600 years. My original plan was to try and do this in real time. We could. But, yeah, with the Grissom, we might be able to. So let's do this. I'm going to get into orbit first. Nah, Draco, G-forces are just a measurement of acceleration, dude. Okay, shut the drives down. It's just accelerating. The Kraken drive, I have a game-breaking drive that's accelerating us like a ship from Star Wars or something. All right. 70, let's do this right. It's a decent enough parking orbit. It's not the best, not the worst. Like, for orbiting around stuff, I'm thinking time warp is probably an okay thing to do. So what we'll do, we'll take her into regular impulse mode here. I'm going to disable SAS, and then I'm going to shut down the K drives there. Just get into a nice circular orbit. I'm going to try to do this all on one attempt, guys, but it might take more. Alright, let's see how the ship works with impulse mode. Punk as frick. Thanks for the raid, buddy. Okay, let's give these engines a little bit of a shunt here for circularization. Ready? Yeah, Blue, it's... My only thing is stay mad, I guess. There we go. Impulse drives are working correctly. Stand by for the circularization here. Okay. Impulse drive shut down. We are nice and circularized. You just learned about the E350 Centurion. What the actual heck? It's so cool. Oh, is that the van that's on the F350 chassis with the pickup bed access? Yeah, those are cool. You're not wrong. I just like the Centurions, dude. Centurions are cool. Not the E350, just the, like an F350 Centurion. They made those too. Check it out. Actually, I think it might be called something different. Give me 1 second, I'll find it, and then we'll jump back into the mission. It's, there it is. That one is way too big, though. There we go. That's the guy, right there. Check that out. So, you take an F-150, or it's actually an F-250 chassis, F-150 front, right? And then you take a quad cab from an F-350 and you graft a Bronco onto the back of it. So it's a Bronco, F-350, and F-150 combined into one. It's basically so it's like a Ford OBS Chevy Tahoe, dude. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Ross, this was an aftermarket thing that you could do with 90s Fords. You could make a Ford Suburban. It's a short box, though, because it's a Bronco, so it'd be a Tahoe. That's like an OBS Tahoe, which is really cool. It's basically a Ford Excursion, yeah. It's an OBS Excursion. But, dude, it's cool, right? I like it, dude. I'd drive that. Yeah, absolutely. OBS, Old Body Style, is what it's called. All right. Moon is set as target, guys. Let's do this. There you are. Let's get the scanners on. Scanning equipment is up and running. Open broadcaster software. Okay, I'm going to reinitialize the KRAKEN SAS here. KRAKEN SAS is reinitialized. Setting to target. All right, time for main drive engagement. Here we go. Re-engaging the main drives. Main drives are re-engaged. We have good acceleration. 2 Gs, 3 Gs, 4, 5, 6. Losing control. That's strange. We lost control. What did we change? I took the struts off of that thing. We should be able to push. No. Come on, don't do this. We're at 6.7. Something is really weird with the yaw control on the ship. We're locking out yaw and it's compounding. All right, back it out so we can bring it in, because I need to be able to precisely do this. I don't understand why we're not being, why it's not working, why that's not doing that. I worked at a country club that the lead designer of the excursion was a member of, and he was hyping that thing up for years before it came out. After release, he lost his job. That sucks. There you go, Kyle. Nice. I'm glad you liked it. Hokey gifted us up to Jason. Vagabond, that's awesome. That's a 6-month sub to Jason? Oh my goodness. You're too good to me, dude. Okay, we got good acceleration here. We're stable at 4.3. I'm a little bit annoyed because I just tested this a second ago and it definitely was able to do better. But that's alright.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I forgot to adjust the authority limiters back to 15 on these control surfaces. That's why we couldn't do it. No problem. Yeah, roll control can stay at 5. We have plenty of roll control. Ship is accelerating at 4.6. We should be out at the moon. Maybe 10 to 15 minutes. We're not at ludicrous speed. Okay, this is like maybe ridiculous speed at best. Night, Jason. Oh, we got a camera change. I think that camera indicated that we are heliocentric escape. Very nice. Very nice. $10 kilometers a second. Let's see if we can push past with the added control surface authority. Yep. 7.5.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Pitch yaw and roll rates are stable. She's booking now. Bill and Bob are starting to get sick. Yeah, we just needed to increase control authority on that thing. We're good now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thank 30-month resub. Snake, what's going on? Keani, 91 months. Thank you very much. I started to lose it. We started losing it there. Brought it back though. Ship likes 6.5 Gs, that's fine. But that's just a little bit weird to me because it's just a little weird to me because we definitely were doing more just a second ago, and then I changed it to the hovercraft. We tested it out with the hovercraft one and it didn't like it. Crossing 14 kilometers a second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Kenwa gifted a sub to L Gamer. Thank you. How do you know when to start slowing down? Zach, there's kind of a key to it, dude. And basically what you got to do is you got to look at your time to periapsis, so time to certain points. And if I basically use the timer, because I can't really tell how much thrust the thing is making. I use the timer. If your time to periapsis is staying the same, that means you're decelerating fine. If it's going up, that means you're going too fast. If it's going down, well, that means you're not going fast enough. Just...
Discovery.
You can just kind of mess with the descent rate. Access, 5-month resub. Thank you. Or not 5-month resub. Gifted 5 subs. Sorry. I got a lot on my mind today. Gee, I wonder why. Got a lot on my mind today. 16,000 meters a second. All right, let's try to give it a little bit more. The drive is compensating. Let's try to smooth out. Push it up to 5.8.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, we're still compensating just fine. Okawoo with 5 as well. Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Right on. Nice 5.8. Good motor, speaking of Centurion.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
$17 kilometers a second. Should be out at the moon in about 6
Discovery,
minutes.
go at throttle up.
No time warp required here. 6 hours? No. 6 minutes, baby. And if you think this is fast,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
we're gonna need a good amount of speed to get to Eve. Yeah, that's fine, Gene, as long as it doesn't stick. If it sticks, that means we have an unrecoverable moment on the vehicle. That's no good. That's when we lose control. Singularity! Jeez. You guys are too good to me. That's another 5 subs.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Al Desert 29, long live the Kraken. Indeed. We're gonna send off KSP with style, baby. We're going to the moon. First shot. I decided to use Aquarius instead of Endurance, guys, but Endurance works. If Aquarius can tick all the boxes, I'll send Endurance right after it. All systems go gifted out 5 and AT Zero gifted out 5. So much so that the notifications are mixed up on my screen. Thanks, guys. That's a lot of subs. I appreciate it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, we can lock the gimbal. I hate it when it does that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
21 kilometers a second and accelerating.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
We've all been mind controlled by the Kraken tech. That's a lot of bits in there. Bill with
Discovery,
a 23-monther.
go at throttle up.
Neat. Tape. 5 subs. Just got back. Where you headed? This is our first attempt on the Grand Tour Erudite. I have a smaller version of the Endurance called Aquarius. It's a Grissom class Corvette from my old saves, dude. I used to use this thing to tote cargo out to Duna. Now we're going to go to Duna and then come back. It's going to be great. All right, we're 3 minute 53. I think we can start slowing down.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Get ready for the flip and burn. Gonna maneuver the ship around. Find that retrograde marker.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
You guys are just going bananas with the subs, and I do appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad to see so much hype for KSP 2.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm glad to see you guys listen to me when we talked about it. Discovery is doing a lot of throttling up today, indeed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Encounter in 2 minute 50. Congrats on all the throttling up. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to shut off the KRPC drives right now. And when we go through SOI transition, that's when we'll stop. Or start to slow down. We were accelerating basically
Discovery,
here.
go at throttle up.
Mac Jacker, 5 subs. Thank you. Hank with a 39-month resub. Brand gifted a sub. Zalizator at 60 bits. Thank you. Thank you guys.
Go at throttle
I
up.
can't believe we're here, dude. I can't believe KSP2 is going into early access. I can't believe it. Dude, I remember 2018, 2019, where I wasn't sure. Like, Kerbal's gonna be, before we know it, Kerbal's gonna be 10 years old, and I'm not gonna, you know, like, is there gonna be another one? Like, I don't
Go
know.
at throttle up.
And then KSP2 came out, and that changed everything. Learning a lot.
Discovery,
Right on, Mac.
go at throttle up.
Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Ballistic Gaming. 6-month gift subscription courtesy of Ono has entered month 2. Okay, totally disengage the drive. Yeah, scripted. It's weird on my mind,
Discovery,
dude.
go at throttle up.
For sure. All right, we're just waiting for the SOI transition. Just warp me out here. Okay, after you don't have the drives activated through encounter nodes. That's a bad idea. Socks, 25 months. Thanks, buddy. Okay. We're in. SAS on, RCS on, control. We are go for drive re-engagement and deceleration. Drive should re-engage here. We should be seeing an increase on the accelerometer momentarily. Okay. We're up at 5 Gs. Shutting off the RCS. We're not going to need it. We have over control right there. Pitch oscillations. Yep, we're on a collision course, so we actually got to try to push this thing. $8G decel. I'm going to steer us out of the way just in case. That's the wrong way. That's the wrong way. Oh, crap. Don't tell me I'm gonna frick this up on the first try. We are. We're gonna crash. Oh no. There's no way. Push it. We're gonna have to push it. 10 G's. Oh, come on. Pushing it past 10. Come on! We're dead. We're gonna die. There's no way we're slowing down in time. "10 seconds to impact?" No way, dudes. Attempt number 2 is gonna happen very soon. Oh my goodness. Push the drive to max. Screw it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, it wasn't enough. What do? We die. Oh. Where'd the other parts go? Okay. Damn. Alright, we'll reload. I'm playing with quick saves, guys, just in case, so we can get... Let's play... I want to play old school, dude. Well, we got one. I waited just a little bit too long. Would ejecting the Kerbals have done anything? No. No, not at all. Alright, we're back in Kerbal orbit. Now I gotta go again. I've done that transfer like 20 times over the last 2 weeks. Never screwed it up once. Of course, when the mission starts, I screwed it up. Why wouldn't that happen? We did arrive at the moon in style, but unfortunately we failed in our objective. Our objective was to plant the flag. We didn't do that. All right. Let's put ourselves on with a Parasynthian that doesn't get us killed this time. I thought I could compensate in time, dudes, so we could circularize right at the surface. You got to be so careful with this. There we go. That's good. All right, key it in. 29 kilometers a second burn here. That should get us out to the moon in about 15 minutes. Hey, we had a flag on board, and the flag ended up in the crater, okay? So it kind of counts, all right? It really kind of counts. Do you need that change the setting for increased yaw control? Yes, I do. Thank you. Okay, so we have 1 death on our grand tour. Quick saving again. No, we're good, dudes. We're good. Our mass right now is 636 tons. Let's get the control actuator open. The accelerometer is open. All right, cool. I can't believe I screwed up the first transfer. That's pathetic. Whatever. Okay. All right, here we go. Grantor loss of vehicle, 1. Okay, re-enable the KRPC SAS. Okay, she's re-enabled. All right, pitching the drive. Here we go. Activating the drive. We're at 1. Shut off the RCS. KRPC drive is enabled. KRPC SAS is enabled. Well, the drive is doing pretty good right now. 6.9 Gs. Perfect. We are taking a good bite out of that maneuver. Reorienting the ship. 6.9 acceleration. Nice. Is this going to be like a Dark Souls death counter? I have a bad feeling. Some of these planets I haven't been to in a while, and forgive me for doing the save load. I know that's really not my style. Don't get me wrong. I ain't going back to doing that in KSP 2. We're going to do it once, do it right. But also at the same time, like... But also at the same time, we're out of time. We got to send off KSP 1 in style, so let's just do classic, quick save, quick load. See if we can increase acceleration. 8 Gs. We are at 8. Ship is just doing a flip here, which is good, I guess. I increased yaw authority on my, or roll authority on my control surfaces. We should be good now. Flip the thing back over here. Yeah, it's been at least a half decade. Oh, that's perfect. Very nice. All right. Push it a little bit more. 9 Gs. Good. I'm leaving Kerbal. It's the very beginning, dude. I already failed. We have Grantor loss of vehicle 1. We only have 1 death, and let's keep it that way. I hit the moon going 18 kilometers a second because I wasn't paying attention. Ship's doing quite well, actually. Pushing it to 10 Gs. We're at 10 Gs of acceleration. The Aquarius is really booking here. Yeah, hotel. I mean, it's not like you'd feel it. You crashed while looking at flowers? Sounds like you're the inferior species. Oh, a threat. Oh, I'm really scared. Look, I'm shaking. 12 kilometers a second and increasing. We got a nice 10G acceleration. The drive is smooth on this engagement comparatively to last time. It's quite good. We got really nice engagement on the drive. Very nice. Yeah, Zach, maybe. I can adjust Tessa during the deceleration. Man, we're really booking. Look at that. Thanks, Wide. Actual moon PE is interesting. 6 grand, I think. I just, by doing that little shutting off SAS maneuver there, we tightened it up. Hey, Builder. What's up, buddy? Oh. I'm sorry. Why are we spinning out of control? At 13 Gs? Okay. Slowing down. P is 300,000. I'm gonna slow her down here. We'll flip and burn. That was really strange. I shut the action groups off for the landing gear, so I wouldn't accidentally fat finger him by hitting G, because the landing gear, we need that for them to work right, and yeah, it didn't like it. Alright, swinging the ship around and back. Here we go. We will be starting our deceleration burn here momentarily. I'm going to make sure. Well, we have PE, so we can start it actually a little bit late. We'll just float around the moon, which is fine. Yeah, Zach, the Kraken drives really can go quick. Let's warp to here. I don't need to worry about hitting the stupid thing. If anything, we'll just overshoot. But see, you don't want the drives activated when you hit these encounter nodes. So it's kind of got to do a little bit of planning. So even if we stop over here and then we circularize, that's not that big of a deal. Okay, stand by for SOI transition. Okay, start burning. RCS on, retrograde lock engage, re-engage the Kraken. Kraken SAS is re-engaged, drive re-engagement. Okay, okay, we can shut off the RCS. We have engagement on the drive. 5 Gs of deceleration. We just got to keep an eye on the time to periapsis. If that number's going down, that means we're not going fast enough. So we need to increase the drive. Pushing it to 7. Okay, drives. Kraken SAS is compensating. 1 minute 8, 1 minute 7. We're still not decelerating fast enough. We need to push it. Bring it back in. 1 minute. Yeah, we're gonna overshoot just a little bit here. Pushing us right up to 10. 10 is really kind of where this thing likes. We just got to be careful. We're getting a little bit of pitch moment. Nope. Uncorrectable. We got to slow down. Flip the ship around and use that pitch moment to find that retrograde marker again. I don't want to crash into the stupid thing again. Keep it under 8. Yep. Yeah, ship looks cooler when we're doing maneuvers without the bays open. Okay, we've decelerated 16. Looking good. $15 kilometers a second. We still got another basically 15 kilometers to shave off here. No. Maybe a little bit, Tessa. The SOI transition. Actually, ever since I took the thing out of the landing gear action group, that did change something. And I'm not exactly sure what it did, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll slow down. We'll just a little bit of an overshoot, but we can handle it. I stayed far away from the moon on purpose here. Nine G's, she's holding. Nope, I lost it again. We lost yaw. Gotta bring her back. I don't understand. Got a good picture though. $10,000. Yeah, the drive was working really good, Tessa, until I took the landing gear out of the action group because I don't want to fat finger the G key. We're under 10 kilometers a second. Nah, Tessa, it's fine. We're committed. We're already going. If we want to refit the ship, send something out here to refit it. Almost slowed down a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of an overshoot on this try here, but it's okay. Jeb can take more G-forces because he's a pilot. So can Val. Jeb and Val are good. It's holding 6.7 here, which is nice. I really wish I could get it back up to 10, but the second, like I said, the second I took it out of action groups, it didn't like it. Nice goalie. Five kilometers a second and decelerating. See, it's tough when you have to go through the SOI transition, but yeah, we're gonna have to burn a little bit, stop, go through the SOI, and then burn again. Okay, we can start slowing ourselves down. 1.3 kilometers a second. Yeah, Tessa, I think we should get down to 10 kilometers a second before any SOI transition. I think that's fair. Think of it like taxiing, right? Okay. We're gonna capture here. It's just gonna be a terrible freaking capture, but we're gonna capture nonetheless. Okay, we gotta do two things here. I gotta adjust my orbit to get into polar, and then we gotta find a good landing spot. No. You have to be in a high polar orbit, right? 1500 meter a second jump right here should be just fine. Is there a plan to land on it? We're landing on the moon, yes. Okay, here we go. Let's just belt out this maneuver right here. It doesn't need to be timed. So Tessa, I think some speed limits are in order. Maybe don't go above 10 kilometers a second inside of any SOI. Yeah, deceleration. Yep. Here we go. That should be good enough for a lunar high orbit here. All right, 10 minutes out. Aquarius is turning around here. Shut the SAS off, disable collision, and we'll bring her right down. Here come the space cops. Here come the space cops. So I'm going to get into a polar orbit so we can scan. Re-enable. KRAKEN SAS is re-enabled. Saw by the ship jumping like that. Okay, we have a 1700 meter a second burn here to belt out. Shut off RCS. Kraken SAS can handle it. Alright. Give it some beans. There it goes. What are you looking for? Fuel. Ship can refuel itself if it needs it. We're at 5, Tessa. We'll keep it at 5. This is looking good. Start slowing her down. Decelerating to 1G. We're back into Kerbal orbit here, which is good. Okay, stop. 104 by 205. Good insertion. Shutting down Kraken Tech SAS. Putting the drive into position. Alright. Perform orbital survey. You must perform in a stable polar? Oh. We're not inclined enough. Easy peasy. "21 minutes to the next burn." This waiting period till this is gonna take the most amount of time, but that's okay. We'll do this on impulse power. Got plenty of it. I know, Barrelicious, it'll look cool. Okay, mission elapsed time is 1 hour and 19 minutes. We're already out on the moon. Impulse drive is online and working. Everything's looking good there. Not very efficient. Might need to just give it a little bit of persuasion there. There we go. Okay, we're in good polar around the moon. Let's park here for a moment. Quick save. Do a survey. Excellent. Plenty of good spots. Alright, we're gonna loiter here for a second. Plenty of places with plenty of resources. Nice. Yeah, Grissoms are like that. KSP mods bandit. Fellas, where's that moon arch? The one with, which moon arch is the one that has all the stuff on it? Oh, I don't think it's actually near resources. Oh. The Easter egg moon arch. I don't know, scan for anomalies. Good, Fancy. Yeah, we did a little bit of an overshoot, but that's okay. I'm trying to find a good landing zone, guys. That's all we're getting to. That's all I'm trying to do right now. Give me 1 second. Yeah, hired. Let's it's just on the wiki. I'm looking around on the forums. That tells you longitude, latitude, dude. Yeah, Quasi, this is not the right chat for that, dude. Yeah, you can. I'm just looking for a spot, like a... Oh, it's right here on the map. The one I find an image, right? There's an image that goes to the forums with all the spots for it, but it's... I forget where the other archers are. Oh, there we go. I found it. Yeah, Nando, stop concern trolling with KSP2 requirements. It's an early access game. I don't know what you were expecting. Please, enough. Please. Yeah, the other arch is over there. It's on the other side of the planet. It seems to be... We seem to want the other crater, so let's go around a couple of times here. This is where we want to go. All right, first stop. I think the other... I'm pretty sure the other one is like right there. We're coming in from a high orbit here. We should be able to do this. .358 meters a second burn. Easy peasy. All right. It's a shame. No, it's not. Guys, what's a shame is everybody bad-mouthing KSP2 because they think an early access game is going to keep those specs despite being optimized over time. I'm frankly kind of sick of it, dude. Like, I don't know. Whatever. You guys can go enjoy being mad about things. I'll go enjoy playing the game. Like, yeah. It's pretty much where I'm at, dude. When did you finalize the engineering of the back-end thrusters? I took a lot of parts off of those things, but yeah, the back-end thrusters, I did that last night. It's like people want to be annoyed. Like, I don't know. It's like you bought an SUV and you're wondering why the gas mileage sucks. Well, why is my gas mileage so bad? Oh, I can't believe my gas mileage sucks. It's like, no, all right. I don't know what you're expecting, man. Yeah, I mean, you let him fancy. I don't, whatever. But I'm not gonna put up with it in here, dude. I would invite everybody that's like, oh my god, check out my VOD from today, dude. The beginning of this VOD, I went through everything and why the game is like that in pretty damn excruciating detail. It took me 4 hours to explain it to a bunch of people over time. But yeah, there's a good reason for it. All right, here we go. Kraken SAS is re-engaged. All right. Raid from Paul Scambates. Thanks, guys. How you doing? Ray, thanks for the raid, buddy. You guys like scam baiting? Ray's one of the best. That's a good enough landing trajectory here. Alright, let's go find that retrograde marker. Love your channel. Thanks, Ray. Appreciate it, dude. You guys like scam baiting people. Paul Scambates, Ray is doing it on the daily, guys. Thank you very much for the raid. I do appreciate it. I'm trying to land this behemoth of a ship down on the surface. I'm trying to do a grand tour with my ship, the Aquarius, here. You can tell it's called the Aquarius because of the way it is. And she's being a little temperamental right now. And, yeah. I'm trying to go to every planet, and I died already once. Yeah, it's that Kraken SAS. It doesn't like doing that. Oh, no. Landing takes longer than the damn transfer. Alright, let's look down. No anomalies are showing up. That's what I'm more afraid of. That's fine, Ludix. Once again, I'm not saying that KSP2 is above criticism in that regard. You know, the game is unoptimized right now. And if they don't optimize it, then we're gonna have a little bit of, I'm gonna have a little bit of words, right? But I don't think that that's the case here. But yeah, I do get what you're saying. But I think people are blowing it out of proportion because people want to be mad. And I'm not sure why. But hey, it is what it is. Anyway, let's bring it down. Ray, thank you very much for the raid, guys. All scam baits. Good scam bait raider. Or scam bait streamer. Gotta find that arch. Where are you? I'm trying to scan for it, but it doesn't want to show, so I'm just gonna look for that sucker. Let's go down here. See if we can get a little bit closer. There we go. Lights are on. Where are you? There it is. Pretty sure that's it. I lost it. Where are you? Over there? I thought I saw it, but I guess I didn't. Alright, well, we'll get down to lower altitude. She wants to really move around, huh? But yeah, guys, there's a fine line between being critical of like what KSP2 is going to be when it comes out, and then just being just a cynical piece of crap about it. I'm just not really. I don't really like being cynical about things like that. And considering I've played the game, I'd like to think that my perspective on it is not the worst, you know? Did the dampers reset after the hover test? I don't think so. Nope. But yeah, guys, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to have fun with it. I know I am. It's going to be awesome. And we're going to find ways to break it, and it's going to be like playing KSP 1 at the beginning all over again. It's fun, new, and exciting. I like it. I'm in. All right, Here we go. Game face. Let's do this. So do you have plans? So do you have plans for after the stream? Sleep. Mostly. Or something like that, Ark? Why? You've been talking to people? Where are you? Where are you? I'm trying to find where we need to land. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Something is over there. But that could just be the scatterer. "15 kilometers up." Start giving us a little bit of decel. Aquarius is coming down. "7 kilometers off the surface." Slowing down to 1G of deceleration. Where is it? I'm looking for it, dudes. I can't see it. Wait, what's that? I think that's just a seam. Where are you? Wait a minute. Where are you? All right. Right above my nav ball. Damn. I don't know where my... Look down again. Oh, there it is. I see it. Oh, we're coming right down on it. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Let me roll the ship in the right direction here. Oh, and we picked the right one. Yes. Excellent. First stop on the tour here. 0 deaths. I've died once. There it is. There it is. Zero permanent deaths. Yep. All right, we just gotta get us going that way a little bit. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to loiter here for a second. This is where that hover mode would have been really, really nice. So I could have just chilled for a second and figure out where I wanted to land. But we gotta kind of do it vertically. Like this. Okay, we're 1300 off the deck. Coming down at 105. Decelerating. Yeah, Aqualex, I got it. I know we got to be careful with this thing. But doing these good maneuvers is why I wanted to use this. Okay, setting to radial out. Setting to radial out. Kraken drives are still very temperamental. What is that? I've never seen this before. This is something. Okay. Shutting out the KRAKEN SAS here. RCS on. KRAKEN SAS is disabled. We're on straight RCS power here. It's a Stargate, clearly. I need to turn on the arrow UI. I need to see my climb rate. There we go. There we go. Climb rate is nothing. Yeah, that looked flat from up there. It's definitely not. Look at that, huh? Just lean her up next to the arch. Demo, I think down here is a pretty good spot. Let's go maneuver up close to it. Okay, the drives are in hover mode, dude, so let's just... should be able to just move ourselves slightly forward here. And get going where we need to go. Does this use much fuel? As long as we have electrical charge, this thing will work. And EC is pretty easy to generate. It might be a problem when we get further out, but we'll see. But I do have solar panels just in case. Endurance, I was worried about the frame rates, but it works, Rain. I got it to go really, really fast off stream last night. It works just fine. Did I test KRAKEN drives in KSP too? No, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't record any of that. Okay, bringing her in. It's a little bit smaller, Astro Brains. It's a smaller ship, but it's basically the same configuration. Endurance is just a bigger version of an older designed ship like this one. This one doesn't have a payload bay in the back. It has 4 payload bays radial. Okay, we're moving in towards the arch here. Whoa. Cool. Look at this thing. What the heck are we looking at here? The Aquarius has arrived on a pretty interesting anomaly here. Are those all the planets? So Kerbal. Oh, the camera started glitching out and it scared me. No mods here except for some visual mods. Yeah, that's Kerbin. Or that's Kerbal. That's the sun. And then these are all the different planets, I think. And then what's that? Look at that, huh? Any special crew report? Oh, let me see. Oh, nothing. Oh, there's Jewel. Oh, those are all the planets. Except what's that? Oh, a sign of things to come. If I had to guess, that's probably Deb. Deb is the reported name of the second star system that they're going to put in the game. Or it's just a mirror. Or it's just mirrored. Well, they didn't put that crack in there for no reason, dude. The Fargate, yes, it goes far, get it? There's no way it came from that movie or the syndicated series based off of the movie. Alright, I'm gonna go find a spot to land, And we'll plant a flag here. I think right there should be good. So I'm going to line the ship with that landing area, and then we're just going to cruise over there real fast. Something like that, Tessa. Like right there. Those rocks right there seem to be like a good spot. Like that one right there. That's where we're going. It's flat because it goes up to the rim of the crater. That's how I know. All right, we're gonna bring her in. Oh, geez, the drive kicked on. No, 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 no! Don't you do that. Excuse me. One hop. No, Mikey. No, no, that is so not right. Yeah, I think so. Bring it in on manual. We got to make it to those rocks there, so increase engine thrust. Okay, let's bring her down right on the edge. Come on. Don't want to go too much. We're bringing it in. It's hard to land a skyscraper like this, guys, so just bear with me. We're down. Sliding a little bit. Don't picnic. Not yet. She's down, but she's sliding. This whole area kind of sucks. I missed the rim of this. The area where we want to be is basically right there. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of a hop. I do not want to go outside of the vehicle and go over to the moon arch while it's doing this. That's a really bad idea. It'll blow up. So what we got to do, turn that back on, get us up to a hover, and we need to pitch up just a little ways. We got plenty of fuel. We can always mine more if we need more. It's okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Devlin, what's up, man? 4 years, oh my. Indeed, man. It's been a fun ride, dude. We leave that KSP2 here on Friday. Unbelievable. I don't think you can grab planets, but the hard point you might be able to. At least on Minmus, you won't have to worry about finding a place to frickin' land, dude. Pretty good visual though, huh? All right, Jeb, set her down. All right, Bill, I need you to come down here and plant a flag, buddy. Or you could just swan dive off. Don't die. Okay, he's fine. Yeah, he did a flip. It's good. How's that for a shot? The ship's creeping around, so I don't know why it's showing a white flag, but hey, whatever. Yeah, it's just faded by the sun, that's all. Are you gonna go check out the arch? I'm afraid of leaving the leaving fizz range of the ship. He's not climbing out. It's just like the KSP trailer. Nice. Any ore concentration here? Let's see. 124 average. Run analysis. The ship may have settled. Hold on. Nope. Still moving. Nice. Take a save, let it pass. Okay. Physicsless parts should be fine, Shrub, but grip pads I find move just as much as the damn physicsless parts. Okay. We can refine when we're flying around, Tessa. I just want the ore. Oh, quick save, quick save, quick save. I'm worried loading that quick save is going to break the ship when we load it. It's going to slide all the way down there and then probably down off the edge. It has fuel cells, Tessa, yep. Nice, Thorin, there you go. That's too far. Dude, it's too far. We saw it. I don't trust it, guys. Even with the quick save. Quick saving it and quick loading it while it's moving around is not good for it. I know that for a fact. I'm not taking the risk. I already blew up one ship. I say on to Minmus. Let's go. On this ship, you refer to me as idiot, not you, captain. And you are not, no, you're not allowed to call me you. You will never call me you. Yeah, so, well, pandemic kind of killed that, but NASA isn't as behind schedule as you might think. All right, let's give her... gonna say, where'd the sun go? Oh, it eclipsed for a second. Okay, let's see what 1500 ore gets us. Yeah, see it? Yeah, I don't want to do that again. Alright, we planted our flag. Let's get out of here. Retract the drills. Yeah, I know what you mean, Sawyer. Okay, take her out of landing mode. Inmis is tastier anyway. Yep. Alright. One planet down. We got the moon down. Moon and Kerbal, which... Okay, that's good. And we picked up some more along the way. No, I like manually doing stuff. The ladders can stay extended on the sides, Mutter. Just as long as it's not the ones down the bottom, because they would get cooked by engine exhaust. How is the ship called? Aquarius. It's a Grissom. It's a special Grissom, Ivan. It doesn't look like... it might look like every other Grissom you've ever seen, but it got it where it counts. Alright. Let's get back up on orbit, and then set course for Minmus. Set the course. Okay. Engaging the drive. SAS enabled. Okay, Kraken reactors are online. This ship's gonna make the Kraken run in under 12 parsecs. Okay, throttling the drive. Setting us to radial out. Victory, probably not. No. Although I did get another hard drive. That's the other part I keep forgetting to tell you guys. I have another hard drive. I expanded the disk space on this computer. The gaming one. The one that basically only has a terabyte. Now it has 1.5 terabytes. Turns out I had a solid state drive lying around and I Forgot that I had it. Because I'm an idiot. Looks like McDonald's got here first. Or just MC. So, yeah, I have another 500 gigs on my main computer. So I do have space for putting Flight Sim back on. But honestly, I'm going to be enamored with KSP for a little while. You said it, but I agree. Jag off. All right, we should be in the threshold here. Should just give the drive a little tick like that. Okay. We're far enough off the surface. KRPC SAS is re-enabled. Okay. Hold it. Steady now. The drive screwed up. I almost lost control there. I might just get there on impulse. If it has to be retrograde, it has to be retrograde. Whatever. Not that big of a deal. 60, Chief. Them pretty space textures ain't cheap, boy. Drive kicked, drive kicked, drive kicked, drive kicked. Shut it down. Shut off impulse. Oh, why did it take so long? Reorienting the ship on KRPC SAS. Okay, the moon is in the way. All right, re-engage. Drive is engaged. 1.7 G acceleration. There we go. Okay. We're gonna have to be careful about ascent and descent. For a planet like Minmus, guys, I'll get us there with the Kraken drive, and we'll land on thrusters. We'll land it regular because there's no way that's gonna work. Just gonna hook around the moon here. Okay, Minimus is in sight. Okay, hit the drive. Let's do this. 1G, 2Gs, 3Gs, 4. .7 G acceleration. Shutting that off. You need some Old Spice Kraken guard over there. Yeah. Alright, leaving lunar orbit now. Kraken reactors are working very well. 3 kilometers a second. Okay. We're looking good. Drive is working pretty well, actually. Yeah, that's why I wanted to that's why I wanted to send this out right, you know? Five kilometers a second. Hey Yarg, what's going on, buddy? Setting target for Minmes. Course laid in. Keep it under 8K. That doesn't get us there fast enough, though. In fact, we need to go faster. Pushing speed. 8.5. Yeah, we're gonna have to start slowing down before we get there, but yeah, we want to go there. We want to get there fast. 9 kilometers a second and accelerating. The SAS is doing that, fellas. Pushing us up to 10. We are at 10 Gs of acceleration. Bill and Bob are starting to not have a good time. The Moho, probably Ivan. Just got to be cognizant of that SOI transition here. We don't want to break the drives. Drive is locked in. Nice, steady acceleration. The SAS doesn't know what to do. I'm just going to lock those gimbals out. I don't know, dude. I'm not really sure. I know that it overstresses the landing legs, so you got to be careful before you go into warp like that. Yeah, they're hibernating, dudes. Are you going to do some mining at Minmus? I think we should refuel. Yeah, it's going to take some time, but we should refuel. We shouldn't have to worry too much about drifting around on the surface if we land on the flats, but it really depends on the surface scan. I got you, Predominant. Visit the old refinery. "17 kilometers a second. All good, man. Where's Duna? I'm not answering that. Hold on. "28 minutes to Minmus." Okay, ramp the drive down. 20 kilometers a second. I've gotten to 0.001 C, Terosis. That's about 300,000 kilometers a second. That's what we're going to be doing here in a moment. Drive is completely locked out. Good. Through SOI transition. Okay. Reactivated the Kraken SAS. Reactivate the drives. So it took us about that much to get to 20, so that would be our stop point right there. If we keep going, yeah, I mean, if we keep accelerating at halfway, theoretically I should decelerate. If I start decelerating, it'll do it. Some maximized Brachistochrone trajectory. Or I made a quiche for you trajectory. I made a quiche for breakfast trajectory. Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah. And yes, I targeted polar insertion on this, so good. 23 minutes in real time to Minmus. Quiche? Can I get a slice? Yeah, you know, you can get a breakfast quiche zone trajectory. I love, dude, me too. Yeah, no, I'm in. You son of a gun! I'm in! Will there be a different type of maneuver node for KSP2? I don't see how to do a I don't know. I never messed with maneuver node, Shrubbery. I ran out of time, buddy. Okay, speed record. 22 kilometers was the fastest we had gone previously.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's crank it up. 10 G's of acceleration. She's really booking. "20 minutes to Minmus. Jeb is reaching the G limit. He doesn't like anything past 9 G's sustain. He starts to get a little queasy. 26 kilometers a second. That's our new speed record.
Discovery.
Pitt, what's up, man? Any word if KSP2 will work on Max at launch? I don't know, dude. You'd have to look around. It's good to see you, though, buddy. Stone, 38-month resub. Howdy, hope you had a good President's Day. I spent it driving down watching KFB get robbed of a 500... The ending of that race sucked, dude. The ending of that race was so bad. Won't work on Max at launch. Ugh. Nor console. Alright, it's just straight PC, huh? Hey, Peterton, what's up, dude? Man, so many old faces in the past couple of days. It's really making me happy. 30 or 29 kilometers a second. PC is primary choice. Plot the center point between the Mun and Minmus, and then you can go all out. The center point is like right here. So I'll just leave it as a marker, dude. What you reckon? Should be right around there, right? Actually, plotting the center point passing is a pretty good time, dude. That's a pretty good idea. Will there be a way to auto throttle to maintain vehicle speed? Chief, you can time warp under acceleration. So in Kerbal 2, if I was doing this, I could warp and it wouldn't freak out. It wouldn't blow the thing to smithereens. KSP2 is a completely redone fizz warp system, which is frankly absurd. Yeah, absurd is the right way to say that. 30, 15-month resub. Oh, the commercials were terrible, Bandit. I couldn't do it. 33 kilometers a second. Minmus in 15 minutes. Time zoom. Yeah, exactly. Hillness, did I tell you guys when they introduced me to Shayna, the developer that said time zoom in the movie? I go, oh, you're the time zoom lady. And she went, oh, God. Oh, God. And everybody started laughing. I'm like, no, my entire stream says time zoom. Yes, time zoom is the way to go. No, we own that. It just started laughing. It was funny. Yeah, Phantom, for real. I go time zoom, yes!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Brimo gifted 5 subs.
Discovery.
You guys know that meme of the president giving himself a medal?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thanks for the 5 subs, Bree. Yeah. She puts up with me singularity.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Common Brimo W. That's a big brain move, Bree. 37 kilometers a second, guys. Should be at Minmus with deceleration, a little about 15 minutes. Can we even see Minmus yet? No, but we can see the moon. We were just there. I wonder if we could turn on that ISOU. Can we refine some stuff? There we go. Yeah, we're actually generating fuel. Hell yeah, there we go. Interesting discovery. Yeah, all right. I want to make a money laundering joke, but I'm worried I'm going to get put on the list. Oy. 4 minutes till the flip and burn, everybody. We're going 40 kilometers a second. New speed record. Drives are working very well. Constant 10 Gs, guys. This thing is working excellent. But it's in the fridge for later. That's my midnight snack, Deadbringer. $10 minutes to Minmus. Almost ready for the flip and burn. We are currently accelerating at 44 kilometers a second. We are booking. The reactor drives in each payload bay are working very, 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 very well. It's behind the ISOU over there. Hope the mission's going well. Girlfriend and I are watching Bullet Train right now. Do not call me bro! Nice. Three minutes. Yeah, like, right? For a new movie, I appreciated it. For a new flick, it's actually good, man. I enjoyed it. Let it go, bro! Do not call me bro! Okay. Of course, Thorn. I got a whole box of coffee that I brought up to the shop today. Maybe, Bree. Maybe. 49 kilometers a second. Everything is A-okay. 7 minutes to Minmus. Oh, Thorn. Come on now. Come on now, bruh. 50 kilometers a second. No, we're not done. This is number 50. Dude, she is still going. This is nuts, dude. Why not Tim Hortons? 1, we don't have Tim Hortons here. 2, Dunkin' Donuts is my local brand. 3, I like Dunkin' Donuts better than Tim Hortons. So that was 3 things, not 2. My bad. Middle ditch, guide the raid. You guys want to raid Richard Hendricks? All right. I mean, if he's around, dude, I'd do it. Sure. Big B is best. Ah, found the Michigander. What's up, Samurai? Big B. Does that, dude, like, guarantee you, like, 90% of people have no idea what that means. Add time for demo? Alright. Somebody told me to see last. What's this or what's up? I don't know. I don't see it, dude. It's long gone. Chat's moving quite fast today. Okay. 55 kilometers a second. We will start our deceleration here. Time for the flip and burn, cowboy. Oh, geez. All right, we got to do this fast because we are going very fast. All right, set anti-target here. Krispy Kreme. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Dude, we are moving so fast. All right. Flip the drive. Here we go. No, Shrub. I pushed it to 15 in testing and it blew up. The drives do not like going above 15, but 10 is still good. Just gotta let her settle. $10 kilometers. No, yeah, no wake zone inside of the SOI. What are you doing? Short line. Hey, man. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, Shrub, exactly. I wish I had more time, dude. I was looking into being able to make the Grissom dual axis Kraken drive thrust so we could just kind of sit there and hover, but it doesn't work as well as I thought it would. It's close. With the Kraken SAS, I could probably dial it in. If we have some time, I'll screw around with it, but I don't think we're gonna have time. Hey, Sekilios. Or Sekalos, excuse me. Sekilios? I've mispronounced your name before, haven't I? I know I have. 7 months resub, 5 years of following the stream, 1 complicated engineering degree, and a heck of a lot of coffee at KSP2 is finally upon us. Turn off the ISRUs. Yeah, I can do that. Oh, we have other fuel cells that aren't on. Well, that explains what. That explains that one. Alright, hold on. Yeah, this should show you how violent it actually is on the ship. EC is low. I see it. $10 Gs. We're all engines aft. What is it? All engines aft flank, right? Or yeah, aft flank. Push 12? No. We want to accelerate at the same rate of deceleration. Aft flank. aft flank, right? Engines aft flank speed. All engines aft flank. All engines ahead flank. Well, that means go forward. Go forward really fast. That means punch it, Chewie, in boat terms. All engines back. There you go. How does it handle SOI changes? As long as the drive isn't engaged, Novus, we're good to go. It'll do SOI, no problem. All engine D. We're decelerating, currently 42 kilometers a second. Should be at min-miss momentarily. All engines back, emergency. There you go. That one should be able to get at it too. Hell 108! Helm to 108. Okay, we don't need our halfway point burn indicator anymore. It's full, not flank. There's some other squids here that might disagree with you. Also, flank these. All engines ahead of Frank. Who's Frank? I don't know. Stern is full bell. Oh. Ring. Yeah, so yeah, we technically are ahead flank right now. Like, we really need to stop. Minmus doesn't have that much gravity. We can't rely on the gravity to pull us in. We're going way too fast. Well, Novus, I'm trying not to abuse the fact that I have infinite delta V, basically. I mean, I'm trying to be good about it, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm trying to see, like, what would a trajectory look like if we had a ship that had, like, 1,000,000 kilometers a second delta V and, like, a 1.2 TWR? What would that... I mean, we're past 1.2 TWR, let me do it. But what do these trajectories look like? I don't think this is brachistochrone. We wiped our butt with brachistochrone trajectories here. This is min-miss in real time almost in like 20 minutes. Brachistochrone's like, look at this. If you have a nice drive that's really efficient, you can use this. And I'm like, woohoo! Bye-bye! I just liquefied my crew, but hey, whatever. They got the juice that they have from the Expanse. They have mystery goo injected into their veins so they can withstand the high G forces. "30 kilometers a second and decelerating." It's corn! It has the juices! It's corn! I mean, look at this thing! Aquarius is done very good, except for the time that I slammed it into the surface of the moon going 18.5 kilometers a second. But don't worry, it's good. It's good. Engine room. Helm, make turns for 50 kilometers a second. Huh? 3-minute 12. But that number is it going up? Or no, it's going down. Meaning we gotta stop. We gotta slow down. We're actually... 26 kilometers a second. So if that number is going down, that means you're gonna go past it. If it's going up, that means you've decelerated too much. My number is time to min-miss periapsis is barely going up, which means we're okay. Con maneuvering, make turns for 50 knots. Aye. How about 50,000 knots? We can't stop. It's too dangerous. We've got to slow down first. Strictly speaking, it'd be make turns for 97,192. SOI in 1 minute, 10 seconds. So in 5 days mission elapsed time, we went from Kerbal to the moon, landed on the moon, spent 3 days down on the surface of the moon, got up, actually, no, we time warped around on the moon to get into the right orbit. So that took 2 days. Then we went down onto the moon and spent 3 days down on the moon. So that means we've gone from Kerbal to the moon to min-miss, total airtime like 2 or 3 hours at best. I've spent more time orbiting around the moon, and I spent more time down on the surface getting that ore. We have visual on min-miss. I see the SOI, yep. $11. Crank it up to 11. This drive goes to 11. Yeah, exactly, Phantom. That's right. I want to see if we can get this ship... I want to see if we can get Aquarius to do a grand tour in less than a year in game. I think that would be cool. At first, I wanted to see if we could do this in real time, but... I mean, I could. Most of that would be burning. But yeah, most of it's burning anyway, so. Yep, shutting the drive now. KRPC drive is cold. KRPC SAS disabled. Drive is cold. There's SOI transition, 14 kilometers a second. We got to burn the rest of it off. A little bit of a wake violation, but we'll be okay. KRPC SAS is re-engaged. Okay, we should be re-engaging the main drive. Spooling the drives back up. Drive is spooled. Right back up to 10 Gs. 10.4, we're good. Timer going up or down. 2 minute 24. Timer's going up. We're decelerating too quickly. Believe it or not, let's get it down to 9 Gs and see where it takes us. We're at 9G decel, 2 minute 25. As long as that number, if that number stays fixed at 2 minute 25, 2 minute 26, we're still decelerating too quickly. Bringing her down to 8. She likes to wiggle around sometimes. It's just the drive's compensating. Reorient for orbit. Dude, I have it set to a perfect polar. We're good. 2 minute 27. We're still decelerating too fast. We're inside of 10 kilometers a second. 228. Yep. Gotta slow down. Or, well, speed up, technically. Our rate of deceleration is too much. I'm trying to make it so we circularize right at Paramin. Nah, tested this drive right around 10G. Perfect. Perfect. Below 9 kilometers a second. 2 minute 29. 2 minute 30. Slowing the drive down to 1. Let's see where 1G decel gets us. Well, are we stopped? Almost, sir. Good. How about a 5-minute break? Smoke if you got 'em. Okay, number's going down. Bring it back up to 2. $17. Yep. 3. Drive is hot at 3 Gs. Thoroughfare, I got perfect control up to 10 Gs. I've pushed it past 10 a couple of times. I would not go above 15. I went above 15 a little earlier in the VOD, and well, that didn't end well. Two minutes 6. 5, 4. We gotta go up. Let's go up to 4G decel. 2 minute and 2 seconds. We're approaching Minmus here. Keep it at 3. Okay, we're at 3. "22 days. People were just doing the calculations, John. Minmus has much less gravity. There's where the Minmus shipyards were. See them right there? That's where they were. They were on that flat bit right there. Right in between those two canyons is where a high resource concentration was in that save. 1 minute 43 to Paramin. We are approaching Minmus. .7 kilometers a second and decel. G-Core, how does a Kraken drive work? Crush a landing gear inside of a payload bay, man. Yeah, infinite acceleration. You invert the damper, G-Core. That's what happens. When you push the suspension past its bump stop, the damper, which is supposed to decelerate things, it's supposed to decel stuff, starts accelerating things. Yeah. You invert the suspension. You can do that by crushing the landing gear inside of a payload bay with same vessel interaction on. It'll crush it. Feels like cheating? Oh, it's not cheating, dude. Those drives, I'm making this look easy. Those drives are not easy to make. It took us a long time to get to this point of reliability, man. We had to develop it. Dude, you have to line the drives up with center of mass. They have to be symmetrical. You have one drive outside the center of mass, your ship just starts doing this. Oh yeah, you have to do that. Some pretty hard engineering goes into it, dude. But yeah, the thing is that it doesn't really work like that in real life. And G-Core, I'm frankly out of time, dude. Frankly out of time. So I think it would be a good send off for KSP1 taking a Grissom where I intended every Grissom to go eventually to every planet. Precision cheating. Hey, it's in the stock game. Everything we're doing here is in the stock game. No modifications. So hey, that's fair game as far as I'm concerned. It's a sandbox game. 6G. I think we're okay, Tessa, but all right, we'll punch it. Hi, Sim. Yeah, that's right, passing. But it doesn't cost you any resources. It's a science physics game with a physics breaking exploit. I won't use it in Kerbal 2 if it's in there, for what it's worth. What, you don't want to get to Minmus in real time in 20 minutes? And honestly, you need electrical charge to keep this thing going. If you run out of EC, ship blows up. Ship blows up, you love Kraken? I was like, damn, dude, don't do me dirty like that. Come on now. Bringing us down to 1.
Go and throttle up.
I'd say this is a pretty damn good insertion considering that snafu that I had at the beginning. It's just ultra efficient. Yeah, you need to generate a lot of power to keep this thing working, G-Core. Yeah, you need to, yeah. This thing has fuel cells and solar panels out the wazoo. I have 4 big fuel cells on it. It's a little unruly and it needs electricity, yeah, to keep it stable. The reason why is because the legs always, there's 5 legs inside of each payload bay. They don't always seat symmetrically, so you gotta compensate with some other gyroscopic force or just any other force. It's tough, man. Yeah, it's tough to do this. But the crazy thing is, like, these drives have insane amounts of potential energy. Like, look at the fastest speed that we've gone. 56,978 meters a second. It's pretty quick. Oh, we figured out ways to get to not have to stack them dirty as long as they're symmetrical. The wheels are better, Pone Sister, yeah. There's still some bumps in the road here and there, but they're good, man. Oh, yeah. Inline is better if you have no KSAS. Yep, yep. Decelerating to 0.5. Oh, Jeb's back. He's awake. What's cracking SAS? Extreme SAS torque. That we're using a control surface to do the same exact thing, to bump up against the landing gear, and it applies insane force in either direction. It's one of the only ways to really tame the drives. But that also, because control surface has to do a lot of work, that also saps up electrical charge, man. Dude, we got the Expanse ships, dude. It's an Epstein drive. And don't get me wrong, you can make Kraken drives that don't use energy, G-Core. Believe it or not, I make it so mine actually use energy. You can make it 0 point, I suppose, if you really wanted to. Well, Bob's back. That's right, Luizo. Yeah, 95 came up with it, dude. We're proof that we're still making innovations in KSP. We're still making strides in ways to abuse this game. I feel bad for what we're gonna do with the second one, man. What did you do to make them consume electricity? The control surfaces, dude. Control surfaces use charge. Yeah. I wanted to put this in a way with the control surface so you could deploy the control surface and actually make stuff hover. Like Star Wars, for instance. That, dude, I always thought that would be really cool. You could, I mean, guys, yeah, it sucks that KSP 1's going, you know, like we're gonna get early access KSP 2 soon. Because we can make repulsor lifts. Like, yeah, no problem. How's Grissom doing? Good. I only had one snafu where I hit the moon going 18 kilometers a second, but other than that, we're good. We've landed on the moon, and we're capping around Minmus now. Cap. It has 2 ISOUs in it, and I'm refining ore that I got off the moon. Quick save. We are captured in Minmus orbit. Let's bring up the scanner. No, that's the wrong button. Perform orbital survey. Okay, we're There we go. Oh, wow. There's ore everywhere. That's where the career mode base was. It was in that canyon right there. That's where my main the mint chip, Project Mint chip was right there. I'd say that's higher resource concentration. Let's aim for the canyon. There we go. You know you can change the style to a multicolored heat map, right? Yeah, of course. Okay. Punch it. Okay. Stop. Okay, we're gonna land there. Moving the ship into position. K-Drive is OP. Yep. Moon and Minmus are easy. Wait till we get to the other planets, then... I'm not sure if this is gonna get off the surface of Eve. We might strand them, in which case we got a big problem. I might save Eve to last, to be honest with you. In that case, head to Duna first. I might save Eve for last, dude. Okay. Wow, look at Minmus. I haven't seen Minmus with Parallax, dude. Okay, we're bringing her around. Shutting out the Kraken drive. Kraken SAS is disabled. Activating the fine maneuver engines. Nah, I don't think so, Tessa. We could land on the side engines, but I'll have the mains just in case. Minmus is great. I used to build shipyards for this style of ship here. I had entire bases built out, and then they all exploded because I didn't understand how to build bases correctly. I love refrigerators. $4,600 on the radar altimeter. $3,000. Yeah, that's right, passing. But we learned. EJ, Daz was off at having fun at Kids Week without us. They didn't want to, Intrepid didn't want to do a booth, dude. I don't know what to tell you. $550. Yeah, we're past the booth at this point. Good times though. I miss it. Oh, it's such a good place to build. I'm gonna build a lot of stuff on this planet in KSP too, guys. Yeah, a lot of stuff's getting built here. I want to bring them in the shipyards back. Yeah, Novus, we couldn't figure out what was causing that damn thing for the life of us. It was really annoying, actually. Okay. 160. 150. 130. 120 down at 7.3. 110, 7.3, decelerating. 90, 80 down at 5.3. 70 at 4.5. 60 at 4.0. 40 at 3.3. Stop. Ooh, we bounced. How embarrassing. Not many times, Thorin. I waited for the crosswalk. Okay, we're stopped. Engines off. That's 2 celestial bodies for our grand tour. Deploy the drill and commence operation. Get us ice cream. SAS is off. That's right, the back of the ship I converted into a mining operation. Which is frankly what I should have done with Chrisms in the first place. But building a shipyard was too fun. Alright. Jeb, you want to do the honors? Well, okay. I guess he didn't want to take the ladder. Early access, Alex, is Friday at 9 a.m. I'm going to be here for it. Did I name the other one GT Tour 23? I did. So Grand Tour 23, ATM machine. Lovely. Grand Travel Tour. Yeah, that works. Man, there was a lot of heat built up in this thing. What's your PIN number? Yes. Alright, I'm gonna refuel here for old time's sake. Dude, the Minmus dust. Oh, that's so cool. The mint vapors are so cool, dude. The graphics are nicer, Donald, but I haven't seen any improvement. Spent a couple of days down here. Dead mint ice cream dough. All right, we're just refueling the vehicle right now. We collect science. We can crew report if you want. There we go. I would try, Mank. I think I might save Eve for last, dude. Where did the flag end up? It's right there. I didn't put an ESU on this damn thing. Ugh. Well, whatever. It's fine. All right, let's get out of here. Okay, Bree. All right, quick save. Let's get back up into orbit. Turning on the outer engines. Duna, I think, yeah, let's go to Duna. Okay, we have liftoff. Yeah, Alex, that's fair. There we go. Duna tonight? You guys want Duna? I think we should. Nah, can't eat the stuff. How long would that even take? Here, let's do the transfer. And depending on how long that transfer takes, we'll see. Get up to speed at least. I think that's fair. Okay, we got a good parking orbit around Minmus. Where's Dooner? Oh, Duna's in a pretty crappy spot, guys. We aren't in a transfer window at all. Yeah, there's an H class down there. There's 2 of them. Time to time warp? No. No, we don't do that. Okay. You can reach Duna through Moho. I think we should go to Moho. Moho and then Duna. And then, there's really nothing else over there. The Julian planets. Then Elu, then Drez, and then Eve back to Kerbin. Let's just go around the horn. I don't want to do Eve right now. I want to save that one for last. Because it's Eve. I'd say set target for Moho. Just one scripted. I screwed up my first transfer. Other than that, dude, we've done the moon and been missed with no problems. Ad time. Okay. Man, Moho's proven to be a little bit difficult to get at that thing, huh? Let's go over there. Ooh, that's too close to the sun, isn't it? Ah, there we go. Ad time. Oh, wait, we already did that. Okay. Jeez. How are we gonna get at this thing? Oh. Nice, 2020. That's cool. There we go. There it is. Moho in 3 days with a 239 kilometer a second burn. Oh my god. This is where this gets ridiculous, man. What do we do? Like, oh my goodness. All right. We're going to have to, this burn's going to have to be through a couple SOI transitions. We're going to be burning basically to that. 239 kilometers a second. We're out. We're out from Kerbal. So long, Minmus. This will be the furthest I've been on stream in a very, very long time. All right. Turn on the KRAKEN SAS there. KRAKEN SAS is on. I say we go for it. Here we go. That'll give us a good enough moho. All right. So I'd like to point out that this mission has been going for 9 days. Our mission elapsed time is at 9 days right now. Mission elapsed time at 9 days, and we've spent 8 of them harvesting fuel on the surface. The fastest I've ever gone in anything in Kerbal is 333,000 meters a second. I have a feeling we're gonna break it for this grand tour.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, guys. Cal controller positioning is on. Here we go. We're in line of sight of Moho, which is not close to us. Here we go. Begin drive engagement. Lucine, 6-month resub. Drive is engaged. We're out of Minmus's orbit already. 7 Gs, 8, 9. Keep it nice and steady at 10. Turn it over. Drive is engaged. We're leaving the dust, the dustiness of Minmus. Give him the juice. Jeb, get up to the bridge. What are you doing? Here we go, dude. Look at us go. Look at Minmus. Bye, Minmus. It was fun. I had a lot of good memories on this planet. A lot of bad ones, too, but a lot of good ones. More good than bad. Look at us go. They're sleeping, Keyman. All right, no wake zone, no inside of over 10 kilometers a second inside of an SOI if we can help it. So. So once we get to 10, we'll stop and wait till we're outside of the SOI transition, and then we'll accelerate for the rest of this. How long will this transfer take? I need to accelerate, but I've never seen you need to shower, but you've never seen Moho. Half hour. What is a G-frame of reference? Well, it's just 9.8 meters a second per second times 10. So we're accelerating at 98 meters a second per second, dude. 98 meters a second per second. So that we are booking, man. We're going very fast. Okay, I gotta slow it down for SOI transition. Sphere of influence. See these encounter nodes? Just in case anybody's wondering, the drives do not work through them. They'll break. The legs explode. I don't know why. We don't know. We don't want to know. KSAS is disabled.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Kraken drive, we're spooling it down. Kraken drive's going cold. Oligamps, tier 2, 61 months. What about Kerbin's SOI? We'll burn outside of SOI, dude. Yeah, we'll keep going. We can keep going and then transition there and then keep going again. We still have 228 kilometers a second left to burn. Michael, we got a little ways to go. Don't drive stop working in Kerbal SOI? No, we fixed that problem. Well, at least it should, Ivan, or else we're on a one-way trip to nothing. Since 10 Gs is about 100 meters a second. Ah, yeah, okay, Novus, I got you. Yeah, see right here. Watch what happens to the nav ball. The reference frame changes. Yeah, it doesn't like that when you accelerate through that. Okay. Re-enabling KSAS. Respooling up the drive. Drive's going hot. We're back in Kerbal SOI, and we have about... Oh, yeah, okay. We got a good amount of time. We can re-engage the Kraken drive. Drive should re-engage right now. Drive is re-engaged. Oh. We've lost control. Stop. Stop. Kraken got a little rowdy. Spooling that. Don't panic. Don't panic, chat. Spool the drive back down. I'm panicking. Phantom, I told you not to panic. Whoosh! Calm down, man. Calm down. Calm down. Have some coffee. Feel better? This happens sometimes. I know why this did this. So disengage the KRAKEN SAS. And we have to get our rates to nothing. Basically, just do this. Take the drive completely out. Time warp. Just to reset the rates on the thing. SAS, RCS. Re-engage. There we go. We're good. You have to engage the... If you don't engage the drive when pitch, yaw, and roll are zeroed, it really, really gets angry at you. Like that. You can lose control. That's what I mean about these KRAKEN drives. They're temperamental. You have to be careful. You have to be very careful. But now we don't have to be careful. Let's go. We're finally building a Duncan here 2 miles away. Oh, yes. Duncan. My favorite. Yeah, it's like, we have the KRAKEN drives, but the KRAKEN drives are like, you know, it's like having a lion in a zoo, okay? It's a lion, it's in a zoo. It's not as bad, it's not nearly as dangerous as a lion like out in the wild that's hunting you, right? But also, it's a freaking lion, be careful. Oh, who did I have staring up at me? Oh, the freaking king of the jungle, dude. Oh, what up, Mr. Cheezel? I'll go to the loony bin too with you, bro. I don't give a frick. What? Okay. Going to find control. For me, KRAKEN drives in deep space are more like velociraptors. Velociraptors? You mean overgrown chickens? Yeah, why do you think I went... That's all they are, they're just chickens. They flock together to flee like a predator, like birds. One of those raptors coming to Pawnee. Velociraptors. Pickled birds. The what? Everybody say bye to Kerbal. We'll be back in a couple of days. Actually, maybe a month. We'll be alright. We'll be fine. Would you tame a velociraptor? If Jurassic Park was a real-life scenario, I would not be going near dinosaurs. I would, however, watch a T-Rex devour like cattle or something. Yeah, I would watch that. The dino fights in the movies are the best part, dude. How about, like, in the first Jurassic Park where the velociraptors are like, and then the T-Rex is just like, no, I don't think so. Oh, I just chomped your buddy in half. Bring it on, pal. Yeah, it went down just like that. And then the thing's like, and then the sign falls down. It's dope. It's dope. Yeah, I watched that's like the whole reason to watch those movies. How about in the new one? The new one? The dino fight? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That tracks. The chicken would totally eat you if it was big enough to fit in its beak. Makes sense. At this rate, we'll reach Kerbal perihelion in 18 days, going 25 kilometers a second. What's our speed record? Speed record is 56. I'm afraid to push the ship past 10 Gs. I've done that, Squall. I played Jurassic World Evolution Park Creator when it came out. And It was like, you've created a new genetic strain of raptor. What do you want to call it? And I'm like,
my name is Jeff.
yeah, I called it Jeff. Oh, hi, Jeff. No, not you. Thanks, though. Yeah, and then I made a modified version of that raptor that goes faster, Squall, and you know what I named it? Jeff Type R. Because he looked very unassuming. I made that second raptor look very unassuming, but he can, like, those Jeff Type R can go faster than, like, a cheetah. They run at, like, 100 miles an hour or something. Yeah. Yeah, Jeff Type R. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was dope. Was it red? Red always goes faster. It had red stripes, German. It had red stripes, dude. I'm not kidding. Chat with who was there? It had red stripes. I made it have like red zebra stripes across this stupid thing with a zebra or something or whatever you can do in the game, and it did have red stripes, man. I'm dead serious. That's pretty good. I forgot about that, dude. Yeah, the Jeff Type R's they were gray with red stripes. That's awesome. People would come in and be so confused. They'd be like, why are you only making Raptors? And I go, because Jeff Type R.
Discovery, go and throttle
People would be like, isn't Type R a car or something? I'm like, yes. I don't know, man. And that's why humans don't need to make genetically modified dinosaurs. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. Jeff Type A. Yeah. 34 kilometers a second and accelerating. Bill, Bob, Jeb, and Val are all paced at this point. Yep. Hey, Ray. 12-month gives up courtesy of Binkelberg. Where are we going? I'm currently using my Epstein drive that we made. So if you're an Expanse fan, you know what that means. I'm using that to get to Moho. We've already gone to the moon and Minmus, and I think we'll get a Moho transfer going here, and then we'll go from there. You notice I'm going right past Eve. I'll save Eve and Gilly for later. Dude, I made Jeeps to go with my Jeff Type R's, Grab Shark. Yeah, I just had a bunch of Jeeps, and I enjoyed driving the Jeeps around with the Jeffs. Yeah, I did pretty dumb stuff in that game. Yeah, seriously, I would drive the Jeeps around. You guys remember that? I would drive the Jeeps around because I like driving the Jeep around, and I drove it around with the Raptors. Yep, all 4 drives are hot right now. We're accelerating at 100 meters a second per second. Basically, I was memeing. I wasn't. What's our time to solar perihelion? 12 days. Well, Thomas, it's mostly when you're here. Builder, can I ask a totally unrelated rocket question? Sure. It kind of seems to be my thing around here, but I'm always curious. You're not the only one that asks me random questions all the time, dude. Don't worry about it. 40 kilometers a second, by the way. Yeah, Donald, exactly. Yep. Yeah, Builder, ask away. Okay, I gotta lock out the gimbals. I hate it when the engines do this. Just... okay. Kerbal and the Moon are over there. Minmus is over there. Those are the 3 places we've been. We have 208 kilometers a second left on this burn. It is G-Core. Yeah. What would I say to you? What would you say to me if I, went in there and played anyway despite no permits, huh? We're the good old boys. You ever seen the Blues? Yeah, you've seen Blues Brothers, yeah. Now, what are you going to do if I don't have any paperwork? I go in there and start playing anyway, huh? Stein? I don't want you to move from this spot. Or you guys. We're the good old boys. You're the good old boys. We have 18 minutes. That was an hour when we started. That Kerbal escape was an hour away. Now it's 18 minutes. And it's only been 15. We are now a sixth of the way through the burn. That's good. We got both kinds of music, country and western. So you played a lot of KSP. I figure you probably knew it very well years ago. Have you learned about new KSP recently in the last year or so? What do you mean new KSP, Daryl? Also, hi. Yeah, long time no see, man. What do you mean? I played KSP too, dude. I played it. Yeah, I showed footage of myself playing it this morning, which was pretty cash money. Yeah. What have you learned about KSP in the past year? Hybrid tech, dude. I forget what it was. I think it was March 2022. Hybrid tech. We figured out ways. So, Daryl, you remember back in the day, I would make hinges out of RCS and thermometers, dude? Remember that? You were there for that. I used to make, doors and stuff on the back of the MMB, right? Remember? No, we had opening payload bay doors with we called it Kraken tech, right? Hybrid tech is a way to use that with the robotic parts. I found a way to get physicsless parts to collide with each other inside of one vessel. So now I don't need to dock, undock like doors anymore to get them to move. You don't need to do that. I can have the parts connected on a robotic hinge for powered movement and then have those same thermo-bearing hinges. So, like, if I was going to make something like Condor 9 again, like the booster that comes back and folds its legs down, I can actually have hybrid tech, and I can use hybrid tech to make a pretty high-fidelity replica of Falcon 9's landing legs. And I did with a rocket called MLV that we made a little while back, which is the spiritual successor to Condor 9. Yeah. Dude, that's the big stuff, man. I've learned a lot about how to put stuff together, too. Daryl, if you give me enough time, so, like, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't be able to develop it as fast as, like, this or the Endurance or anything like that, the other ship that I'm working on in KSP 1, but I decided to use this one because the frames are better. Okay, we're about to cross our speed record. Yep, 57 kilometers a second. I've learned how to basically, I know what's going to work and what's not going to work in KSP in terms of like complicated projects. I've built launch pads, dude. I built my own VAB outside of the VAB that can pick up first and second stages and stack them on a pad and stuff. Yeah, dude, we've done a lot of work, man. A lot of cool stuff like that. I could do it even better nowadays, Donald, if we really wanted to. With MLV, MLV was designed to be fully reusable. Like, fully reusable. No, like, oh, well, no. It was designed to be lifted up from the bottom, and you could just roll it back to the pad, pick it up with the crane, put it right back on the pad. Found you got what of the devs to hold my beer. What do you mean, Tessa? Hybrid tech was the big one. Daryl, does that sufficiently answer your question? $60K. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, with hybrid tech. I said it could. Well, that's a little bit older, but yeah, Tessa, yeah. Yeah, hybrid tech is the new hotness, dude. dude, I want to show you what we can do, what I've been able to do with it, man. I've been able to do ridiculous things. Like I said, I built a spiritual successor to Condor 9 and called it MLV, and it is absurdly good. Like, yeah, we never got to it because I burned myself out on KSP in November of 2021, but burnout didn't last very long. Made it 6 months before I'm like, yep, no, I want to play more. I want to play more again. "65 kilometers a second and accelerating. We're 10 minutes to the SOI. Kerbin's over there, just doing its thing. And Tessa, I wouldn't even call it burnout, dude. I just got fed up with I got fed up with the SSTO. And it's a shame because a couple months after that, we figured out hybrid tech. Hybrid tech would have made the SSTO program work instantly. Like, I know because I applied hybrid tech to the small SSTO pad and reused it like 4 or 5 times in a row with no drift, and I got really annoyed after that. At this rate, it's going to take you about an hour to reach 0.1% speed of light. Yep. Builder has a good question. So I've noticed over the years of spaceflight that a lot of rockets have a smaller diameter upper stage than its booster stage. Rockets like Atlas V, Atlas V and Centaur 3, Saturn V's third stage, Aster's rocket, Virgin Orbit, Launcher One Delta. I was just wondering if there was some sort of benefit to having this due to the large frequency of rocket designs. Your upper stage generally doesn't need to be as big, Builder. Yeah, it doesn't need to be as big. You can go for a smaller diameter to make it stronger. They don't need to be as big. Centaur, for instance, Centaur is actually not structural at all, believe it or not. Centaur actually won't stand up unless the tanks are pressurized. But yeah, it's basically the second stage doesn't need a lot, doesn't need to be big, it doesn't need to be hefty. When you get it, once you're up in space, you don't need a wide tank like that because of like mass fraction and stuff, dude. The tank doesn't need to resist the forces of gravity for structure. It's up in orbit already. So the stages tend to be smaller. They're smaller but more efficient. But see, there's stages like Rocket Lab's Electron's second stage is the same size. Falcon 9's is the same size. That's not necessarily the end all be all. Alright, Ursi. See you, buddy. 12. Hey. $75 kilometers a second. Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily, doesn't necessarily mean that the upper stage has to be smaller, Builder, but yeah, it really comes down to like what propellant you're using and, where is that stage performance supposed to be? Like, is it an upper stage? Is it a third stage? Third stages do not need a lot of mass because the first and second stage are going to put you up there already. Like Saturn V, the S4B is only as big as it needed to be to basically hold the propellants in place. Perihelion in 6 days. That's absurd. We'd get to the perihelion. We'd get to the perihelion on Thursday in real time if we just let it roll like this, but we ain't letting it roll like this. We're just gonna keep going. Faster! I'm working on it. They were years ago, Squall. No problem, 12. Have a good night. You just broken 154,000 knots. Yes. Nice. Yeah, they're sleeping, MGB. Yeah, they're sleeping. Given the speed we will attain, how long will it take to slow this bad boy down? About the same amount of time it took to speed it all the way up, POD. Actually, we can extend the solar panels. Solar panels should be fine under G-load. Engage time zoom at 100K. Yeah, Tessa, we'll get to 100K and then we'll continue our adventure tomorrow, I think. I'm pushing us up to 12. I think we can take 12. Rates are still good, dudes. What are your thoughts on M&Ms? The candy? Yeah, M&Ms are cool. I enjoy the candy. I don't understand what you mean, Granite. That's G soup. You know, if you squeeze the Kerbal, you know, how do you think they make the mystery goo? I don't want to get into the specifics. It's gross. I always like the NASA blue M&Ms, Phantom. What do you think of M&Ms? He's a good restaurant owner, Elias. He has a restaurant called Mom's Spaghetti, and they only serve spaghetti. And it's, yeah. "22 minutes left on the burn." Silent goo is Kerbals. No, mystery goo. Yeah, no, guys, I don't want to. This conversation is over. I don't want to get into the. I'll spare you the details, okay? I'll spare you the details.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm afraid to push this thing past 12. Achilles, hey, 31-month resub. Thank you. Minute 25 till an SOI transition. I don't want to, Achilles. I don't want to go faster than this. I pushed the drive to 15 before and it blew up in my face. We're 17 minutes into the burn. What function adjusts the drive speed? I have a Cal controller that's controlling the rate of close on the cargo bay. If I let it out a little bit, we slow down. They're just sleeping, Achilles. It's fine. Okay, crossing 100,000 meters a second. Nice. Look at that. 100,000. Who would have thought? Bro. That's fast, man. We're not even halfway through the burn. SOI transmission in 2 minutes. They're in the gravity-induced hibernation. GHIB. Yeah, the GHIB. Yeah, it's up here. It's 0.4% this 0.04% the speed of light right now, Peng. Right? Because it's 300 million meters a second. Yeah, we're 0.04. Actually, it's a little... Yeah, 0.04. That's right. That's right. All good, man. Yeah, we're booking 108 kilometers a second. That's the fastest this ship has ever gone. I can say that no Grissom has ever gone this fast unless one got Kraken struck. The pilots are mystery goo? No, they're just sleeping. They're not snarling. They sleeping. Keep my Kerbal's names out your damn mouth. Okay, start to spool down the drive. Spool down the drive, prepare for SOI transition. The drive is spooling down. 8, 7, 6 Gs and decelerating. Okay, taking the drive out of the standby position. Drive is out of standby position. Drive is cold. Shutting Kraken SAS down. Kraken SAS is offline. We are just on heading hold power right now. We're dead stick through SOI. T minus 20 seconds until heliocentric. Yeah, Coyote, it's an upgraded Grissom. It's my breaking ground variant of Grissom. And it goes faster than anything, almost everything I've ever gone. This is now at 111.8 kilometers a second. This is now the third fastest thing I've ever made. The only things that go faster than this that I've had are a Kraken drive free floating, the rotating drive, and the Nautilus. The Nautilus has gone 333,000 meters a second. We pushed it to 0.1 C. That's the fastest I've ever gone. We have completed SOI transition. Total delta V, oh. This Grissom, millions of meters a second to delta V. Millions. It has to be like probably 10, 20 million meters a second delta V. I have a drive in here, Coyote, that works like the drives from the Expanse. See that thing right there? That's a Kraken reactor. There's 4 of them in each payload bay. And that enables us to go pretty fast. No, not point. No, 0.1 C. Tesla, 333,000 meters a second is 0.1 C. All right, re-enabling. Actually, should we quick save? Let's quick save here. Is that fast enough to? Is that a fast enough way to get to the sun? Anybody that's gone to Moho before knows. Getting there takes a while. Shut off SAS hold. SAS hold is locked out. Guys, I think that's a good place to call. What would happen if a craft this size charged at the Earth? It would burn up in our atmosphere? Yeah, Tokyo, it would instantly, like, vaporize, dude. Some parts might make it down to the surface, but it'll probably microburst Not microburst. What's it called? Yeah, it'll burst before it gets near the surface. Basically, when you start superheating stuff like that, and it gets to critical mass, and then you keep superheating it, it'll either vaporize or low yield nuclear blast. Don't ask me why. I don't understand the physics involved. Oh, that's right. We are it is 0.01. No. I don't know. Whatever. We were going fast. 333,000 meters a second is the fastest I've gone. It'd look like a lot like our test flights with Kraken drives. Yes. Mm-hmm. Let me rekey the maneuver here for tomorrow, and we'll call it a night. Let me get this maneuver right. We seem to have strayed a little bit from Moho's path. Three days. No. Yeah, to get to Moho correctly, we're really gonna need to do this if we want to do this right. We're really gonna need to power it up. We might break the speed record here going for a planet this close to the sun. That gets us a Minmus periapsis, Moho periapsis. Hey, Shaq. That's not fast enough. That's not quick enough. I want to get there. I don't want to get there in days. I want to get there in minutes. Okay, maybe not minutes. How about an hour? That's a 525 kilometer a second burn. That will get me there in 7 hours. Not good enough. Yeah, we have the drive. Let's frickin' use it. Okay, what's that set to? 1 day, 1 hour. Yeah, 2020, let me see. Oh, wow. Jeez, look at that thing. Nice. You welded it together. That's cool. 500,000 meter a second burn will take 85 minutes at 10G. Damn. MIG welded and it's 34 pounds. Nice, dude. Nice. All right, well, I'll leave this up here, fellas, and we'll drop the quick save, and we'll see what we can do. Even going 100, yeah. Maybe it'll take, maybe we'll keep it at a couple of days, but yeah, we could burn that far. Where are you headed? We're going to Moho. We've already been to the moon in Minmus. We're going to Moho. And I want to get there fast. Yep, I want to get there quickly. I have a 507 kilometer a second burn, or 500,000 meter a second burn here. Teed in. It'll take, yeah, it'll take a little. I don't think it'll take an hour test, or more than an hour. How do the drives cope under fizz warp? Untested. They're still sleeping. Let me just test real quick to make sure that the drives work. Yep. Drives still work. Okay. Put the drives in a cold position. Drives are cold. That's 5,000 seconds. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Should we try to push the ship past 10 Gs? Maybe we'll do it 15. That'll make it a 45-minute burn, don't you think? Well, no, that's not right. End velocity minus current velocity divided by acceleration will give you your burn time. That's a 607,000 meter a second burn, not a 500,000. So, Novus, we got to do 607,768 plus 115,574. Okay. Oh, they're coming back. Let's see. So minus... end velocity minus current velocity. I'm an idiot. So 607,768 minus 115,574. crap. Jeez. Okay, we'll time warp it. Yeah, 607,000 is going to take a little while. I'm okay with doing like a 250,000 meter a second burn. That's fine, but that's not fine. So, all right, we'll leave it there. Quick saving, tracking station. Change target to Duna. No. Tessa, it doesn't, I don't mind if it's going to take 3 days instead of 1. Like I said, if I can get this Grand Tour done with the Kerbals, like, fast, then I'll be good. Alright, so we got Moho, and then Duna tomorrow. What's wrong with this picture? Yeah, so we'll go to Moho, and then we'll go to Duna, and then I think setting a course for Jewel after that. That's Tuesday. Wednesday we'll get to Jewel. And then Thursday is Elu, Drez, and then we'll end with Eve. And if we get to Eve, then we'll go back to Kerbin. All right, dudes. That's going to do it for me for the night. I hope you enjoyed it. This week is going to be just like this, all Kerbal. I cleared my schedule. It's going to be fun. Oh, Bree's FaceTiming me. No, she isn't. She hung up on me. She hung up on me, chat. All right, guys. First phase of the Grand Tour 23. Oh, nope. Here we go. What?
You gotta come in.
Okay. All right, I'll be in a second.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, guys. Let's see who we can raid and go from there. She okay? Yeah, she's fine, dude. Yeah, everything is A-okay. I was already... Somebody redeemed channel points pi to guide the raid to, I think it was Italics. So let's go see what's going on there. And I will see you guys tomorrow at noontime. Is Italics even streaming? I think he's done. Let me see. Oh no, he's gone. Sweet. Let's go see what Italics is up to, guys. I was told to guide the raid there, so... yeah, that's someone. Yep. All right. Have a good night, guys. I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. We'll continue with this. See you later, and thank you.